Thank you very much, Emily. His Excellency, Bangladesh High Commission to Canada, Dr. Khalil Rahman, and esteemed members of the audience, Tanisian Khan, greetings for all our treaty members, and a very good morning. It's my privilege to welcome all of you to today's event, Remember and Recognize the Case of Bangladesh Genocide of 1971, organized by Bangabandhu Center for Bangladesh Studies in Canada and Liberation War Museum, Center for Genocide Studies in Bangladesh, and Rotary Peace Days 2022. Bangabandhu Center was founded on 26th of March 2021 in Winnipeg. We have gathered here for a specific purpose, and that is to remember and recognize the forgotten genocide of Bangladesh. Bengalis' struggle for self-determination turned into an armed conflict following the genocide unleashed by the then military rulers of Islamic Republic of Pakistan and culminated with the emergence of Bangladesh as a secular democratic state in 1971 December. Before we formally begin our session, I would like to request our esteemed members of the audience to kindly observe a minute of silence to honor the souls that were lost between the period of 1952 and 71 in Bangladesh. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, between March 25th and December 16th, estimated 3 million Bengalis were killed, around 200,000 women were raped, and 10 million people were displaced. This was presumably the worst genocide after Second World War. This was mass killing of innocent civilians, men, women, and children. No part of the country was spared. Killing fields can be found in every town and village. Killing was particularly targeted towards youth, religious minorities, and democratic forces. In the final days of the Liberation War, local fundamentalist collaborators of Pakistan Army named Al-Badr and Al-Shams took leading intellectuals, including writers, journalists, doctors, lawyers, and engineers, blindfolded, killed them, and dumped them in Dhaka city's outskirts. 1971 witnessed worst human influx from Bangladesh to neighboring India. Indian government reports more than 1 million migrants took shelter in 829 refugee camps. 10 million. In his monumental work of 1946, Raphael Lemkin mentioned genocide as a crime without a name. He further goes on to say that, and I quote here, would mass murder be an adequate name for such a phenomenon? We think not, since it doesn't connote the motivation of the crime, especially when the motivation is based upon racial, national, and religious considerations. An attempt to destroy a nation and obliterate its cultural personality was hitherto called denationalization. This is what exactly happened to Bangladesh and its peoples. According to 1948 UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, and thirdly, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, mentioned in Article 2. Thus, the case of Bangladesh genocide is unique because not only the above conditions were met, but also the less quoted intent to destroy the cultural and intellectual foundation of Bengali nation was present throughout the part of the history. You will hear more experts and speakers from Bangladesh, United States, and other parts of the world today about their take on the case of genocide. Ladies and gentlemen, this day is chosen to bring awareness of genocide prevention worldwide, which coincides with the UN International Day of Peace. The UN General Assembly has declared this as a day devoted to strengthening the ideals of peace through observing 24 hours of nonviolence and ceasefire. The objective of today's event, as you see on the screen, to raise awareness about the genocide and its prevention, showcasing the case of Bangladesh, to educate young people and encourage them to take a firm stand against violation of human rights and the acts of genocide carried out anywhere in the world, to emphasize upon genocide markers so that genocide early warning is authentic and practical by using a variety of publicly available data and forecasting methods, and finally to explore existing curricular-based studies on genocide and mass atrocity prevention. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful for the authority of Canadian Museum for Human Rights in allowing us to arrange this event on their beautiful premise. This is to mention that Bangabandhu Center has applied to include exhibits of genocide in the museum in the future in just this year of February. We hope that some of these find their places here to remind the current and next generation of human beings that we as a collective are yet to fulfill our promise of never again, as genocide kept on occurring under our watch as of now. With this, let me hand over the stage to our Master of Ceremony once again. And we are very much encouraged to have you with us this morning. And I expect and hope that you'll stay with us throughout the day. We have fascinating speakers lined up from Bangladesh and from the United States of America. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency, the Honorable High Commissioner of Bangladesh to Canada, Dr. Kalbir Clement, for his opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, present here in the Canadian Museum of Human Rights, and many others all over the world, including my country, who are connected virtually. I thank you all for being with us today. Personally, I'm very happy to be here today. As I have heard Dr. Kausar Ahmed, we have fascinating speakers at this session, like Dr. Timothy Stanton, Mr. David Ewan, Dr. James Walla, Dr. Aaron Miller, and two of my distinguished colleagues from Bangladesh, Mr. Makidul Haq, Chairman of the Trustee Board of the Bangladesh Educational Museum, and Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, Director or Center of Genocide Studies in Dhaka University, as well as Ian Undersecretary General and your Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide. I'm not an expert on this issue, but I have 2 years now at this session, the High Commission of Bangladesh. So this is one of my very important responsibilities to make awareness about the genocide that took place in Bangladesh in 1971 and to get it recognized by the world community. And especially since I'm High Commission in Canada, I want Canada being one of the very important component to promote and protect human rights all over the world to recognize is first. Secondly, I'm incidentally also the Chief Factor of the Bangladesh Center for Bangladesh Studies in Canada, and I'm very happy that this center is spearheading this event. And I would like to thank other partner organizations to start with Canadian Museum for Human Rights, Craig, in Bangladesh Educational Museum, Center for Genocide Studies in Dhaka University, as well as the Rotary Club here, who that is also supporting to host this event. We will have our chief guest, special guest, the Honorable Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, will be speaking to us on video, and also special guest, the Foreign Secretary of Bangladesh, at least one of them are supposed to be here today in person, but because of their pressing important political engagement during the UN General Assembly in New York. So both of them are with our Prime Minister in New York, so they could not be present here today in person, but one will be giving us this recorded video message. Our Prime Minister and our Foreign Secretary will be speaking to us virtually at 10:30. So I just like to make two comments in particular. First, making awareness of the genocide in Bangladesh in 1971 and to get it recognized by the world community is an important issue, as I have said. I believe that organizing this event at CMHR would help contribute to that effect in Canada in a significant way. And even here today, I think it has also a job in hand that how this message can be spread across the Canadian society and across our honorable members of parliament, senators, who can really get this recognition done by the Canadian government. Secondly, Bangladesh recognizes the human rights for all, not only in Bangladesh, everywhere, all over the world. The issue of human rights was also one of the main foundations of Bangladesh, upon which it was created. This has been also reflected in the constitution of Bangladesh. Even faced with many challenges, the government of the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is deeply committed to ensuring rights of all, not only in the country, but also our government led global efforts by promoting peace in many ways and forms. During her first term as Prime Minister, she led this effort of concluding the Chittagong Peace Accord in 1997 that ended, I think, over 2 decades of conflict in our tribal area, as well as under her leadership, Bangladesh played a leading role in promoting the UN General Assembly resolution on the culture of peace in 1999. I think these are the few examples I can give you that how Bangladesh values the promotion of human rights and bringing the perpetrators who are involved in committing genocide, committing crime against humanity. And that has also happened in Rakhine State in Myanmar. And we are hosting 1.2 million of these forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals in Bangladesh now. And I think many of you are aware of the fact what is happening now in the Myanmar-Bangladesh border. We firmly believe that to ensure human rights of an individual or a nation, the reconciliation with the past through fairness and justice is critical and absolutely necessary. For this purpose, the world needs to know well about the genocide that was committed in Bangladesh in 1971 and to recognize it accordingly. There are solid facts and evidences of the massacres that the International Committee has already recognized. For fairness and justice, the global community needs to recognize it. A formal recognition to the genocide would bring peace to the souls of the millions of victims and their families. And I am very happy that some of the family members and also the survivors of genocide are now connected with us from Bangladesh. I would like to just mention some of them. I know them personally. Megla Dr. Muzar Choudhury, Asif Munir, Dawood Rizal, they will be also providing these testimonies of the genocide that took place in Bangladesh in 1971. Again, given Canada's sublime position on human rights as well as on the issues related to crime against humanity and genocide, it is important for the Canadian government and the Canadian people to be fully aware of what exactly happened and how they can come forward to recognize it officially. This seminar should provide ample opportunities, facts, and evidences about this. And we expect that a country like Canada will be or should be the first among the countries we recognize the genocide in Bangladesh officially. As the chief patron of the Bangladesh Center for Bangladesh Studies in Canada, and also in my capacity as High Commissioner of Bangladesh in Canada, I and my office and also the Bangladesh Center will continue to work with the Canadian government and the Canadian people for raising awareness and for the recognition of the genocide. I know some, or I think quite a number of honorable MPs and senators, and I think after this session, definitely I can insist for them how I can work with them and how something can be done as quick as possible with their help, with their involvement to recognize this genocide in Bangladesh. I once again thank you all who are here and who are connected virtually with us. And I look forward to the discussion and look forward to listen to this distinguished experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have we're going to play a recorded message from Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen, MP, Foreign Minister of the Government of People Republic of Bangladesh.
Chief guest.
He's our chief guest.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished audience, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. The genocide perpetrated against the people of Bangladesh in 1971 by the Pakistani military is one of the most heinous crimes in human history. Unfortunately, the genocide committed against the innocent people of Bangladesh in 1971 is yet to be recognized by the international community to the extent it warrants. The people of Bangladesh, under the leadership of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, demanded independence as an obvious consequence of the economic and social deprivation and disparity and exploitation by the then West Pakistan government. The deprivation started right from the beginning of the creation of Pakistan in 1947. And the first shock came while the Pakistan's founder, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, declared that Urdu and only Urdu will be the state language of Pakistan in 1948. Although on those days, 56% population of Pakistan used to speak Bengali, the Bangla language. Only around 3-4%
To be done.
Apology for this little bit of, because we are running a hybrid from Bangladesh, so the video which we were playing, it was played from Bangladesh, so we'll just connect it here in our system.
Oh.
should be the only state language of Pakistan. Perhaps Bengali nation is the only nation in the world who had to shed blood for its mother tongue. Today, 21st February, the day on which many were martyred, killed by bullet, is being observed internationally as the International Mother Language Day. Distinguished audience, Pakistani military junta began genocide against the innocent people of Bangladesh on 25th March 1971, launching Operation Searchlight, a military crackdown to suppress Bengalis' call for independence. In a 9-month-long war, Pakistani military let loose a genocide in then East Pakistan, in which more than 3 million people were killed, and 10 million people had to take shelter in neighboring India, and half of the population of the country were displaced, and more than 200,000 women had to sacrifice their honor and dignity. They also systematically killed thousands of intellectuals throughout the war period, and particularly on December 14, 1971, just before the final victory, to break down the intellectual backbone of the nation. The victims of the genocide deserve due recognition by the international community. Bangladesh observes 25th March as the Genocide Day. We want the day to be recognized as the International Genocide Day by all countries of the world. In this connection, I would urge the people, students and researchers, plus leadership of Canada, to strengthen their efforts to achieve international recognition of the genocide of 1971 committed against the innocent people of Bangladesh. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh is relentlessly working to achieve international recognition of the genocide in Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, Winnipeg, for holding this event. I also ask them to establish a permanent display of the exhibits of genocide of 1971 and place the portrait of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, in the time strip of the museum. I also thank Bangladesh High Commission in Ottawa and Bangabandhu Center for Bangladesh Studies Canada for organizing this event. I wish all our success of the event. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu. Long live friendship between Bangladesh and Canada. Thank
Mhm. Mhm.
on genocide prevention. The initiative was unique in that it took an interdisciplinary focus, looking at how genocide prevention can be integrated as part of university learning, not only in legal or political studies, as it often the case, but rather making it a fundamental course for all tertiary level students, linking it to multiple subjects and disciplines. The second project, focusing on the Southeast Asia region, similarly supported the development of a syllabus and learning material for tertiary level university course on atrocity prevention. This course also focuses on contextual approaches and good practices to atrocity prevention specific to the Southeast Asia region. My office plans to launch similar initiatives in Middle East, the Balkans, and other regions, and to facilitate exchange and peer learning across these regions. I believe that by equipping students, teachers, and schools with the tools and skills to understand the risk factors of atrocity crimes and what can be done to stop them, we are putting in place the foundations for prevention. Let me conclude by thanking you again. I wish you a successful event. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our keynote speech. We have really grateful Dr. Gregory Stanton from Genocide Watch has kindly consented to be the chief guest here. He's the founding president and chairman of Genocide Watch from 2010 to 2019. He was a research professor in genocide studies and prevention at the School for Conflict Analysis and Resolution at George Mason University, Arlington, Virginia. Dr. Stanton founded Genocide Watch in 1999. He was the founder and director of the Cambodian Genocide Project and is currently the founder and chair of the Alliance Against Genocide. He comes from the lineage of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, a women's suffrage activist, and Henry Brewster Stanton, an anti-slavery leader, actively involved in human rights since the 1960s. When he was a voting rights worker in Mississippi, he served as a Peace Corps volunteer in Ivory Coast and as the Church World Service Care Field Director in Cambodia in 1980. So without further ado, let me welcome Dr. Gregory Stanton. Sir, floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to join you today. I have spoken before to the people who are gathered at the Liberation War Museum just this same year, and it's a great honor to see you again. Thank you to the University of Manitoba and to the organizers, to Kauser and others who have put this program together. And I have special greeting for Mr. Momin, the Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, who I found to be an incredibly powerful and articulate policy maker for his nation. We have made promises to each other to work together in the future, and I'm sure we will. In my studies of genocide, I have discovered that the process of every genocide has predictable stages or processes. When I developed that theory, I called it the stages of genocide, a term I now regret because the word stages implies linearity. They aren't linear because they usually operate simultaneously. I should have simply called the stages processes. But there is a logical order to them because a later process normally depends on a logically prior process. The relationship between the processes is like the figures in a Russian matryoshka nesting doll, in which an original leader's figure is at the center and later leaders' figures nest outwards until we reach the figure of the current leader on the outside. The theory of genocidal processes is based on the structuralist theories of Jean Piaget. By observing the development of his own and other children, Piaget noted fundamental cognitive and moral processes that are transformed in a predictable order in each child's development. Piaget showed how cognitive processes are directly related to moral processes. I also studied at Harvard with Lawrence Kohlberg, a follower of Piaget's theories, who used moral dilemmas to reveal the fundamental processes of moral reasoning. His work has proved quite powerful in analyzing people's explanations for their decisions. And I studied with Professor James Fowler, who showed how Piaget's cognitive stages inform stages of faith. Now, anthropologists look for the fundamental structures in human societies and cultures. When I studied anthropology at Chicago, I saw that sociocultural processes are also structured. They have stages. Van Gennep showed that the structure of rites of passage is similar in many cultures and has the same stages in the cultures that he examined. Marcel Mauss did the same for sacrifice. Professor Victor Turner taught me that rituals and symbols are keys to understanding social, political, psychological, and religious structures. These rituals often use the same symbols in many cultures: fire, water, blood, crosses, meals. These are symbols that Mary Douglas calls natural symbols, universal symbols. I saw that this symbolic structure could actually be seen in our own culture as well. I wrote my master's thesis on the movie The Graduate. In it, I showed that the film uses the structure and symbols discovered by Van Gennep for rites of passage. I wrote a grammar for the film using Noam Chomsky's theories of transformational grammars. When I was in law school at Yale, Mike Nichols was directing a play at the Long Wharf Theater in New Haven. I took the thesis to him to see if it made any sense. He invited me for lunch. "You nailed it," he said. "We had storyboards for those symbols in exactly the order and with the meanings that you deciphered." So when I began my work in genocide studies in Cambodia, I also realized there are fundamental operations, processes that occur in genocides. I looked for transformational processes that give order to and change societies. So I first identified the stages of genocide in 1987 by comparing the Cambodian genocide with the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide. Since then, I have found that the model is also useful for understanding other genocides. I looked for fundamental processes that led to those genocides. They are the sociocultural processes that interact to transform a society into one that developed genocide. Now, most people here probably know the 10 stages of genocide model that I developed. I never expected it to be so widely used. But the 10 stages were not brought down from Mount Sinai on a stone tablet. There are undoubtedly other processes that I haven't thought of. It's, after all, only a model. But it has proven useful to look for these processes because they help us see when genocide is coming and what governments and citizens can do to prevent it. I won't go through all the stages, but I'll just give a brief outline. The first process, of course, is classification, when we classify the world into us versus them. The second is symbolization, when we give names and symbols to those classifications, like Jew and Aryan, Hutu and Tutsi, Turk, Armenian, Bengali, Pashtun. Sometimes, in fact, these symbols are even physical, like the Nazi yellow star. The third process is discrimination, when laws and customs prevent groups of people from exercising their full rights as citizens or as human beings. The fourth is dehumanization, when perpetrators call their victims rats or cockroaches, cancer or disease. Portraying the victims as non-human makes eliminating them a cleansing of the society rather than murder. As Pascal famously said, there is nothing so evil as one who believes he is doing good. These first four processes taken together result in what James Waller calls othering. The fifth process is organization, when hate groups, armies, and militias organized. The sixth is polarization, when moderates are targeted who could stop the process dividing a society. The seventh is preparation, when plans for killing and deportation are made by leaders and perpetrators are trained and armed. The eighth is persecution, when victims are identified, arrested, transported, and concentrated into prisons, ghettos, concentration camps, where they are tortured and murdered. The ninth process is extermination, when lawyers can finally call it genocide, the intentional destruction in whole or in part of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. When I outlined these stages in a memo I wrote in the State Department in 1996, I realized there is another process in every genocide: denial. Denial is actually a continuation of the genocide because it is a continuing attempt to destroy the victim group psychologically and culturally, to deny its members even the memory of the murders of their relatives. Let us now consider some of the purposes, causes, and consequences of denial. Denial is used to validate national and ethnic myths of origin. Nations and ethnic groups have myths about their origins that take on sacred meaning. For the US, the origin myth is manifest destiny. That myth holds that the North American continent was set aside by God for a new nation led by white Europeans. It is a myth based on white supremacy. This myth was the justification for the genocide of Native Americans who already occupied North America. The myth even held that most of America was terra nullius, unoccupied and undeveloped. Because of this origin myth, Americans have always denied our genocide of Native Americans. We justify the genocide as self-defense against hostile, quote, Indian, unquote, tribes that attacked peaceful white settlers. Turkey's myth of origin is Pan-Turanism. It holds that Turkic peoples were destined to rule Anatolia and the Middle East. Turks worship the true religion, Islam. Christians who did not worship Islam had to be exterminated. This myth was used to justify the genocides of Armenians, Pontic Greeks, Assyrians, Circassians, and other non-Turks. The origin myth of Pakistan is that the nation was created to protect Muslims who were persecuted in India. Even though Pakistan included two parts, its unity was necessary for the self-defense of Muslims against Indian Hindus. Pakistan used this origin myth to justify its genocide against Bengalis when they asserted their independence in 1971. The genocide was a defense, they said, against separatism. It was a counterinsurgency. It was self-defense. A common enemy makes genocide justified. A common theme of denial is defense against enemies within the nation. So now let's look at some of the consequences of denial. Denial continues the genocide of both the victims and their survivors. Denial continues the trauma of genocide. It transfers the trauma into the future to new generations. Denial prevents the open wounds of genocide from ever healing. Every society is made of families bound together by love, but every family member will eventually die. As my father, who was a pastor, used to remind me, and I quote, "The mortality rate is still 100%. All families have a desire to honor and bid farewell to their dead. Funerals are ways every society affirms that the dead have departed, but life will go on. The dead will be remembered. Death doesn't have the last word." The reason genocidists bury victims in mass graves or throw their bodies into rivers or the sea is to deny them personhood, to deny that they were persons. Genocidists try to deny the final triumph of life. They are the devils of death. That is why recognition of genocide is so important. The survivors need public acknowledgement of their trauma and their grief. Genocide recognition is the public ritual of collective responsibility. It is the acknowledgement of our common humanity. Denial of genocide is what the Pakistani and US governments and other governments today are doing to citizens of Bangladesh and Bengalis around the world. Neither the Pakistani nor US governments, nor any other governments, should be party to this denial of an historical fact so profound and important as the 1971 genocide of the people of Bangladesh. Elie Wiesel repeatedly called denial a double killing, as it strives to kill the memory of the event. Hitler famously used the denial of the Ottoman Empire's genocide of Armenians to justify his plan to exterminate the Jews. In 1939, Hitler said, and I quote, "Who, after all, speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians?" End quote. Around the world, victims of genocide ask first for recognition of the crime committed against them. Recognition of genocide is as essential to healing as closing an open wound. Without such healing, scars harden into hatred that cripples the victim and cries out for revenge. Denial also harms the perpetrators and their successors. The perpetrators are kept from acknowledging the truth about their history. There have never been any trials in Pakistan of the generals who perpetrated the Bangladesh genocide. Trials are the best antidote to denial, but they seldom happen. We must instead rely on education. There were no trials of the US Army generals and state governors who ordered the genocide of Native Americans. The US Congress has never even apologized. Brigadier Dyer was never tried for the murder of over 1,000 Indians in the 1919 Jallianwala Bagh massacre. In fact, the colonial poet Rudyard Kipling even justified Dyer's genocidal orders. Kipling wrote, "He did his duty as he saw it." The Bengali Nobel Prize winning poet Tagore renounced his British knighthood over that massacre. Britain has never formally apologized. After the Ottoman courts-martial of 1918 and 1920, there were no further trials. The killers literally got away with mass murder. With blood on their hands, they returned to their work. Out of that denial grew a Turkish state that still denies the existence and the rights of non-Turks within Turkey. For years, Kurds became, quote, mountain Turks. Kurdish schools were closed. People speaking Kurdish had their tongues cut out. Studies by genocide scholars prove that the single best predictor of future genocide is denial of a past genocide coupled with impunity for its perpetrators. Genocide deniers are 3 times more likely to commit genocide again than other governments. Turkey's still attempting to suppress the self-determination of the Kurdish people. It bombs and invades Kurdish areas in northern Syria and Iraq to this day. Turkish school children are taught that the Armenian genocide is a myth. Turkish writers who write the truth are prosecuted for, quote, insulting Turkishness. Even Orhan Pamuk, who won the Nobel Prize. Publishers like Hrant Dink, who dare to publish the truth, are murdered, and their murderers are celebrated as national heroes. These are the results of racist, ultranationalism, and fascism. Pakistan and the US still deny that the Bangladesh War of Independence resulted in a Pakistani genocide. Pakistan portrays the war as a counterinsurgency to maintain Pakistani nationhood. But if Pakistan is ever to become a real democracy, it must acknowledge its own past. Like an alcoholic drunk on the liquor of ultranationalism, it must first admit its own illness before it can leave its addiction. The current Pakistani government did not commit the Bangladesh genocide. Why should it not face the truth about the crimes General Yahya Khan and the Pakistani army committed 50 years ago? Why should the US not recognize the Bangladesh genocide and recognize US complicity in that crime? Why should this be so hard? Germany has renounced blind nationalism, and Germany has become one of the strongest democracies on earth. Denial also harms the bystanders. Countries that recognize the truth about the Pakistani genocide in Bangladesh are considered enemies by the ISI, Pakistan's extremist Muslim intelligence service. The parliaments of many countries have affirmed the fact of the Armenian genocide, and the US finally recognized the Armenian genocide this past year. The time has come for the US Congress to pass a resolution recognizing the Bangladesh genocide, and the US should apologize for US complicity. We would not expect the US government to be intimidated by Pakistan, an unreliable ally in any case, an ally that supported the Taliban with a deeply disturbing human rights record, graphically documented in the State Department's International Religious Freedom Report on Pakistan. We would expect the United States to express its moral and intellectual views, not to compromise its principles. Telling the truth would ultimately be good for US-Pakistani relations because they would no longer be based on diplomatic lies. A joint congressional resolution recognizing and commemorating the Bangladesh genocide would honor America's extraordinary foreign service officers who risked their lives and their careers to report on the Bangladesh genocide of 1971. They and others left behind thousands of pages of reports, now in the National Archives, many now declassified, that document that what happened to the Bengali people was government-planned, systematic destruction of a people, what Raphael Lemkin meant when he coined the word genocide. By passing such a resolution, the U.S. Congress would pay tribute not only to our diplomats who were in Dhaka in 1971, but also to America's first international anti-genocide movement during the Armenian genocide. U.S. Ambassador Henry Morgenthau and the Foreign Service officers in the Ottoman Empire in 1915, along with Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, Cleveland Dodge, and the American Committee for Armenian and Syrian Relief, which raised over $1 billion in today's money to help the Armenians. They exemplify America's principles. The American Consul General in Dhaka, Archer Blood, wrote a dissent channel cable to Washington protesting Secretary of State Kissinger's U.S., quote, tilt toward Pakistan. But Blood was ignored. He never got another diplomatic assignment. That was what also happened to Ambassador Henry Morgenthau when he protested the Armenian genocide. His integrity ended his career. Of course, the State Department did not want Ambassador Morgenthau to tell the truth. After he returned to the United States, he also never got another diplomatic assignment. But he inspired his son, Henry Morgenthau Jr., who became FDR's Secretary of the Treasury and who was a tireless advocate for rescuing Jews during the Holocaust. Let us today commemorate those who died in the Bangladesh genocide, but also Consul General Archer Blood and others who had the courage to tell the truth about it. Let us remember Ambassador Morgenthau's words when he met with Talat Pasha, who asked him, "Why are you so interested in the Armenians anyway? You are a Jew. These people are Christians." Morgenthau replied, "You don't seem to realize that I'm not here as a Jew, but as the American ambassador. I do not appeal to you in the name of any race or religion, but merely as a human being." Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful and very insightful speech, and thank you so much for showing us the lessons from the history and what we should have done in the past, but we would remember to do in the future. Thank you so much. Sir, is it time for the Foreign Secretary? No. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So can you kindly check if the Honorable Foreign Secretary is in the studio? Okay.
Yeah.
No. No, sir.
You can invite him.
Councillor Ahmed, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Can you check the chronology? Like we are supposed to have message from Peace Days by David G. Newman. Can you check that?
Yes, we are just trying to see if Honorable Foreign Secretary is in the queue, then we can have the message from Peace Days after that.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Let's take yours. No, I sent you the link. Just read the link. Okay, he's there. So he just unmute and talk.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome our special guest today, the Honorable Foreign Secretary of People's Republic of Bangladesh, Mr. Masood bin Momen, with us this morning, and he is joining us from New York at this moment. So please welcome the Honorable Foreign Secretary. I think so. He's not.
He can start from. Okay, so
He is not logged in possibly, sir.
he can speak. He can unmute and he can start speaking. I can hear you, please. No, let him start. Let him start. Yeah, I will question you. So please.
So we can wait then. We'll bring So while we wait the Honorable Foreign Secretary to join, let me welcome David Newman to convey a message from Rotary International Peace Days 2022. Peace Days was inspired by Rotary World Peace Partners in 2003, envisaging the idea of Canadian Museum for the beacon of hope for the oppressed, impoverished, and vulnerable peoples of the world. Peace Days grew out of a desire to celebrate the United Nations International Day of Peace, September 21st. David Newman, sir, please take the floor.
Yeah, you can hear me now, I guess.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor, and I also thank the Executive Director of Bangabandhu Center for Bangladesh Studies in Canada for inviting me to today's event. This is indeed an honor to speak at a forum where a number of renowned scholars are also present to share their thoughts and ideas, and simultaneously challenging, because in front of them you need to be extra cautious and precise in your deliberation on a theme concerning the genocide of 1971. Excellencies, esteemed professors and researchers in the field of genocide, our High Commissioner to Canada, and distinguished audience. A very good morning to you all from New York. At the outset of my speech, allow me to pay homage to our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, under whose able leadership we achieved our independence. And I pay respect to the martyred freedom fighters for our liberation war. And I remember the victims of that war. After witnessing the untold sufferings of humankind and the Holocaust of the Second World War, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Soon after its establishment, the General Assembly adopted the historic Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, commonly known as Genocide Convention of 1948. Despite the international community's resounding no to genocide, the shadow of mass atrocity crime still continues to loom large in different parts of the world. There are still far too many iniquities, injustices, and multipliers of risks for us to remain complacent about our ability to contain the horrors and atrocities taking place across the globe. The event in Myanmar in the recent years is a burning example of horrifying tragedies we have seen unfolding before our very eyes. Let me shed some light on the genocide that happened in 1971 in Bangladesh, though some information could be a reiteration of what the previous speakers have already said today. When I speak regarding our liberation war, I feel immensely proud of my nation. 1971 has been the most significant year in the history of Bangladesh. In one hand, we achieved our independence in this very year. On the other hand, we experienced the ugliest chapter of brutality, atrocities, indiscriminate killings, raping, looting, and arson to achieve our independence. And the world witnessed another genocide within 3 decades of the Second World War. The Pakistani military regime felt morally and politically challenged by the overwhelming electoral victory of the Bengalis under the leadership of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and in response opted for a genocidal attack on the Bengali people in order to preserve their stranglehold on power. What we understand from our genocide that it was the conviction of the then West Pakistan leadership that Bangladeshis were an inferior and almost subhuman race, which is evident from their actions and formal statements. General Niazi, the last governor and the chief of the Eastern Command of the Pakistan Army to the then East Pakistan, put it like, and I quote, a low-lying land of low-lying people, unquote. Distinguished audience, when the British left the Indian subcontinent in 1947, East and West Pakistan, separated by 2,000 kilometers, only had religion in common. West Pakistan started marginalizing Bangladeshis from their rights in every aspect from the very beginning. First, they denied recognizing our language and subsequently denied other rights and resorted to explicit discrimination. Bengalis had been treated as second-class citizens in their own country. This forced them to search for their self-identity and self-rule. In the 1970 general elections, Bangladesh Awami League, the political party led by our father of the nation, won the absolute majority. But they were denied to form the government. Rather, the Pakistan regime unleashed their military on their own citizens in Bangladesh. On the night of 25th March 1971, they started the mass killing of our unarmed civilians. As evidenced by different local and international reports, they killed 50,000 to 200,000 targeted civilians that night. This incident drove our father of the nation to declare independence the very next day. During the 9-month-long occupation, 3 million Bengali civilians perished in the black hole of genocide. More than 200,000 women were raped and more than 10 million people were forced to take refuge in neighboring India, and 30 to 40 million people were internally displaced. Approximately 30,000 women committed suicide from torture and humiliation at the hands of the Pakistani military and their local collaborators. Professor Dr. Adam Jones from British Columbia University, in his research work on our genocide, divided this mass killing into 3 categories, which are: number 1, gendercide, targeting Bengali men and boys; politicides, the attempt to eliminate all actual and potential supporters of our mainstream political parties; 3, eliticide, targeting intellectuals and academics, cultural figures, and media workers. This eliticide was so planned that only a couple of days before their surrender, they killed more than 1,000 of our renowned professors, doctors, journalists, writers, and cultural activists to destroy the nation. And I understand in our program or event today, many of their children are also present and would be speaking. Their killing fulfills all 5 acts of genocide mentioned in Article 2 of the Genocide Convention. The Article 2, of course, mentions genocide means one of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethical, racial, or religious groups as such. A, killing members of the group. B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E, forcibly transferring the children of the group to another group. Today's keynote speaker, Dr. Gregory H. Stanton, in one of his research works mentioned that genocide has 8 stages or operational processes, and each state reinforces the other. The last stage is, of course, denial, which was not different in our case as well. And the 8 stages being classification, symbolization, dehumanization, organization, polarization, preparation, extermination, and denial. The aftermath of independence. Justice seeking is, of course, an important element of the wider shaping of memory and memorialization of the aftermath of genocide. Soon after the independence in 1971, our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, started this work, besides the reconstruction and rebuilding of a war-ravaged country. In 1973, the International Crimes Tribunal Act was enacted to try the perpetrators of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Sadly, the father of the nation was brutally assassinated with 18 members of his family in 1975 August. In the following months, after national level leaders were also killed, this had been a major setback in our rebuilding process of the nation and ensuring justice for the victims. Prosecuting the perpetrators. In March 2010, the government of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina ratified the Rome Statute and voluntarily subjected ourselves to the International Criminal Court. In the same month, the government established the International Crimes Tribunal, Bangladesh, to end the culture of impunity enjoyed by the perpetrators of the 1971 genocide, uphold the rule of law, and bring justice to the victims and their families traumatized by their experience. In the meantime, we had gathered lessons from the work done by the international tribunals for Rwanda and former Yugoslavia, among others. Our tribunal has been established in pursuance of the principle of complementarity recognized by the Rome Statute. So far, the tribunal has given 49 verdicts. This was a result of our nation's long quest for justice. The International Crimes Tribunals Act 1973 accommodates and adheres to relevant international standards to ensure the due process and fairness of the trials and the rights of the defendants. The tribunals, including the judges, prosecution, and investigation teams are fully independent of the executive. Going beyond the scope of the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials or other international tribunals, the ICT Act 1973 allows the verdicts of the tribunals to be appealed against at the Supreme Court. Another development occurred on 11th March 2017, when our national parliament unanimously adopted a resolution to observe 25th March as the National Genocide Day. Remembrance is intrinsically related to rendering justice to victims and reconciliation. Remembering the victims of genocide and the crimes committed in the past will definitely contribute to our understanding of the present and guide our actions in the future. The memory of genocide is ingrained in our national life and guides our domestic and foreign policy. We are grateful that the people of Bangladesh had never allowed the horrific crimes of 1971 to escape their collective memory, even in an environment of impunity. The painful memories had been passed on from generation to generation. The tribulations suffered by our refugees in 1971 have guided us to play host for decades to those fleeing from fear and persecution from Myanmar's Rakhine state, including more than 800,000 Rohingyas who have entered our territory since August 2017. We have been closely working with the UN and other partners to help address the root causes of this crisis in Myanmar and facilitate the voluntary return of the Rohingya in safety and dignity. The international community must not allow this atrocity to happen in this 21st century. Further, our long, arduous struggle in rebuilding our war-ravaged country has inspired us to contribute to the UN peacekeeping operations in different parts of the world in lead numbers and also to the UN peacebuilding efforts. At this stage, I would like to share some thoughts on recognition of our genocide. Achieving recognition of a past genocide is a very difficult and challenging task and politically sensitive issue, but achievable. Every genocide has two camps, victims and oppressors. Now, when we will seek the support of a country for recognition of our genocide, they will try to look at the issue from their political lens. In today's interconnected world, no country would like to downturn its relationship with another country over the questions of committing genocide in a third country, unless a critical mass and the scholars in that country recognize that genocide. Here lies an important responsibility of our diaspora and expatriates for recognition of our genocide in the countries where they're living. I'm happy to see you have organized this event in Canada and that you have further plans to do more here on this issue. I know our community in the USA is also very active on this issue. We need more of these in different countries. It has been more than a century of the Armenian genocide, and their diaspora is also very active. The ambassador and permanent representative to the United Nations shared with me the Armenian efforts for recognition of their genocide. You see, a few years back, the US recognized that atrocity as genocide. This will be a long journey for us, we know, but we have responsibility to honor the great sacrifices of our countrymen and also to remind the world of the grievous crimes against humanity that occurred in 1971. Our sustained efforts until we get recognition of our genocide would be a tribute to their memories. We all know that Mr. Rafiqul Islam and Mr. Abdul Salam, two of our nationals living in Vancouver, Canada, did us and the world in 1998. They took the initiative of recognition of 21st February as International Mother Language Day. Finally, UNESCO accepted that proposal. This is a living example for us and our diaspora to renew our efforts for obtaining recognition for our genocide. Our Foreign Office has some publications on genocide available on our website. Basic information, facts, and figures with reference on the atrocities in Bangladesh in 1971 are available there. Interested people could do further studies to learn more from about it. We have established the Institute of Genocide Studies under Dhaka University. Our Liberation War Ministry and our Liberation War Museum offer ample scope to learn about our liberation war and the sufferings of our people in 1971. Data and evidences are not at all scarce. What we need is to disseminate the information. Foreign students are most welcome to undertake research works in Bangladesh on our genocide. Before concluding, I would like to quote from former UN Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld, who said, I quote, "The United Nations was not created to take the humankind to the heaven. Rather, it was created to save the humankind from the hell," unquote. Here lies the responsibility of this global community. As part of its foreign policy pursuits, Bangladesh would remain invested in doing its part in the world stage to drive home the message of never again in relation to genocides and other mass atrocity crimes. I would like to thank the organizers again for arranging this program and also the esteemed speakers of this event for sharing their valuable thoughts. I wish I could be there with you in person, but maybe next time we can do that. It was a very enriching discussion so far. Joy Bangla. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Foreign Secretary, for your wonderful speech from New York. We really appreciate. Now it's time to invite David Newman for bringing a message from Peace Days 2022. David.
Honorable presenters and guests, it's my privilege and freedom and safety as a human being and part of the global human family, and someone who through Dr. Kauser Ahmed has introduced me and Winnipeg in ways that only human-to-human relationships and friendships can cause. And what Kauser Ahmed has done is be a personification of the best of Bangladesh. He did it as a Rotarian in Bangladesh. He did it as a peacekeeper in the wonderful service that Bangladesh renders through its armed services in the service of peace in troubled nations worldwide. He's done it in Winnipeg as a scholar and a wonderful author in the academic field. in the discipline of peace and conflict resolution and prevention. A wonderful husband, son, father, and community member, and a local member of the Peace Days Committee here, of the Peace Builder Committee of the Rotary Club of Winnipeg, and a member of the Rotary Club of Winnipeg. It was in 2010 that Gary Sent, who is here, and myself as human beings, thought it was a good idea for Rotary to get involved here in creating a means to inspire and facilitate people that were motivated to advance understanding, goodwill, and peace, to have events held by parts of our community, events like this one, that would truthfully deal with the challenges that were faced by communities all over the world, and through communities, nations, and through nations, the United Nations, and other global bodies. So we've heard today about, in the wonderful contribution by the Foreign Minister, by the High Commissioner for Bangladesh, both wonderful supporters of peace building, not only in their own country, but throughout the world, and right here in Canada, building relationships here, and inspiring us to inspire and facilitate events like this one. So here we are gathered together today, addressing the genocide denial and origin myths with a sharing of truth, with a sharing of hopefully inspiration for others around the world to build positive peace in their communities through truth-telling and addressing the myth origins, which are doing nothing but perpetuating multi-generational challenges that humans have faced for thousands of years. So I just posed the question, will we as community members jointly and severally in supplementary ways to what governments do and religions do and institutions do and systems do? Can we nurture, nudge, and change through transformative education the practices, doctrines, policies, and actions that promote and perpetuate hatred, intolerance, violence, greed, jealousy, fear, racial, religious, and gender superiority, injustices and power abuses over other members of the global human family, members in our own community? Can collective empathy and compassionate actions based on love for one another be the outcome? Will we then be able to consider all our relations to include vegetation, air, water, earth, and energy? Will we then appreciate that humans are interconnected and interdependent with those other beings for survival, sustainability, and flourishing? Will we then treat them with thanksgiving and wisdom and respect so we can coexist in harmony, power with, not power over? The CMHR, the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, in service of the global human family, plays a part, and a big part, by being a credible and safe space for unveiling the truth and inspiring and facilitating dialogue. Rotarians as volunteers with allies have helped them to do this in Winnipeg since 2003, when the museum was just an idea. Didn't come into operation until 2014. Rotarians and allies in Bangladesh and around the world can inspire and facilitate similar interactive learning centers in their countries and cross borders. Rotarians' motto is service above self. The 4 questions for a Rotarian individually and jointly and severally to determine in decision-making what to look at before you think, say, or do things are, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? The word all is emphasized to include the entire global human family, future generations and non-human and sentient and non-sentient beings to be considered in decision-making. It's the world of today and the world of the future. Only if we start thinking that way more often in the big decisions and the small decisions. In May of 2022, led by two Winnipeg Rotary clubs, the Rotary Club of Winnipeg and the Rotary Club of Winnipeg Charleswood, and then approved by Rotary clubs in this region called a district, one of 535 in the world, persuaded the global democracy of Rotary, the movement of Rotary International, by secret ballot to amend the standard constitution of Rotary clubs around the world, all 36,000 of them, to advance positive peace in their communities, internationally and amongst youth. Positive peace has a practical meaning and is measurable. The Institute for Economics and Peace provides that definition and is used in the Global Peace Index. Another resolution is currently before the Global Democracy of Rotary International this October. It is asking Rotary International to endorse the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. I share this news to show the way civil society in service above self and several in joint collaborative actions with allies can provide ethical and humanitarian leadership and make local to global governments and institutions accountable and even transform them. The question I leave each of you to reflect on throughout this day and ongoing is how can each of us support one another to advance generally acceptable human rights and commensurate responsibilities local to global? Can we build one of the pillars of positive peace, acceptance of the rights of others, with a global human family, community by community? Can we do the same for another pillar of positive peace, good relations with neighbors? Can we build standards and means to easily determine what are reliable and trustworthy communications? Can we build with a global human family systems of accountability for abuses of power that transcend borders? Can we, with a global human family, achieve the creation of international laws, institutions, and processes that have enforcement powers to effectively prevent and discourage and in a timely way make accountable abusers of power everywhere when they create existential threats and risks to all? As for abuses of power, such as genocides of the past and currently underway, can the Canadian Museum for Human Rights and learning institutions worldwide following the Canadian Museum Human Rights example, for the purpose of healing and reconciliation, make available unveiled, perceived, and felt truths of abuses of power for facilitated dialogues in safe spaces? Just as the Canadian Museum for Human Rights now shares the common characteristics of genocides, other situations not meeting the legal, academic, or political categories currently recognized can share the lessons from more and more instructive abuses of power that cry out for healing and reconciliation and collective empathy and compassionate action. We have learned one great thing from universal enduring religions, cultures, truth and reconciliation commissions, and trials of genocide tribunals, genuinely seeking to find out the truth. The lesson is that awareness of the facts, acknowledgements of wrongdoing, authentic apologies, reparation, and working together for present and future justice and equity, so that never again. So that prevention works to restore capacities to coexist. Doing nothing, of course, does not. to reinforce the point that every human being is responsible for proactively being the change, to expose and prevent abuses of power and harm to non-combatants. I paraphrase words expressed by some who during the atrocities chose to be bystanders rather than upstanders. And this was after in Bangladesh, the truth of the collective harms were unveiled in Bangladesh through the tribunals. And here's the words, kinds of words that were said. I do not blame the army or foreign elements. I blame myself, me and the people who never stood up to them, who never raised their voice against the unjust. We never talked to our children about it. We never told the stories we should have been telling. Was that not our responsibility? Because it is our individual responsibility as fellow humans to be upstanders, I'm pleased to be here today as a Rotarian and volunteer peace builder to assist in inspiring and facilitating a better future for all, starting right here, right now at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights with other presenters and listeners. And this is a day when 102,000 Indigenous people have been recognized as being in the city of Winnipeg as part of our population. And the words that I quoted could have been said by myself and my ancestors about the way we treated Indigenous people in our country, about what the Canadian Museum of Human Rights has not yet recognized officially in its display on genocide as genocide, but has been identified clearly as cultural genocide. And many of us believe that it is our own version of a genocide, which has been denied for too long, and Truth and Reconciliation has brought it to the attention of all of us and the whole world. Thanks, and glad you're here today. Hope we learn together a lot.
Thank you, David, for your wonderful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, our next part is now presentation by Liberation War Museum in Bangladesh. Let me bring our collaborators here today. And it is located in the center of Dhaka city and was inaugurated on March 22, 1996. Over the last 21 years, the museum has received over 637,000 visitors. There are 4 galleries which display the protracted struggle of the people of Bangladesh for establishing their identity as a nation under the British regime, as well as the struggle for democracy, political and economic emancipation from 1947, and finally the armed struggle during the Liberation War of 1971. The team of the museum who are going to be with us today is Mr. Mofidul Haq, Director, Center for the Study of Genocide and Justice and Trustee of the museum, Shauli Das Gupta, Research Volunteer, and Imran Azad, Coordinator. Ladies and gentlemen, it is worth mentioning here today, this morning, that museum is hosting around 120 participants, students and researchers at the auditorium of museum who's attending this event in person in Dhaka today. So without further ado, Liberation War Museum team, floor is yours.
On behalf of the Liberation War Museum, Bangladesh, and standing at the main auditorium of the Liberation War Museum in front of about 100 young researchers, students who have committed to work for memorialization, for justice, and for the recognition of Bangladesh genocide. We extend our heartfelt greetings to our colleagues in Canada, Honorable High Commissioner of Bangladesh in Canada, and also Honorable Foreign Secretary and the main speaker, Professor Gregory Stanton, and the representative of Rotary International in Canada, and also the other speakers who will follow this session. It is indeed a great occasion for us to be interconnected and connected in a very meaningful way. The museum was established in 1996 to memorialize the past atrocity. That was the time when we were observing 25 years of our independence. And it is a museum which is very much supported by the community. And it turned into a people's museum, a private initiative, which turned into a people's museum. Now we have this permanent space, and we are also being connected with many other similar institutions and museums around the world. And it is also very important to note that the event is happening in the university, in the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, which is also a very significant development in upholding the concept of human rights in Canada and also in other parts of the world. And the University of Manitoba and the Bangabandhu Center for Bangladesh Studies are part of it. So we are really greatly inspired by the event that is unfolding and by the speech made by Professor Gregory Stanton and the issues that he have laid before us in the question of recognition of Bangladesh genocide. Remembrance is the first step. Memorialization is the basis, and on that basis, we want that Bangladesh genocide got recognition globally, got recognition to overcome the denialism, and also got recognition to learn the lessons of history. And on behalf of the Liberation War Museum, I will make a short presentation followed by two of my colleagues, and we would like to give you a historical background of the Bangladesh genocide. And we can start with 1947, when the Indian subcontinent was divided. The British colonial rule ended with the division of India on the basis of religion. And Pakistan emerged, as has been explained before. There are many important issues that we have already been familiar with from the presentation of other speakers. And so it is a very strange country with two wings separated by more than 1,000 miles. And it was termed as a homeland for the Muslims in India. Actually destroyed the social fabric, and the politicians, instead of working for reconciliation, for harmony, they opted for separation and division. And Pakistan emerged as a Islamic Republic of Pakistan with the two parts separated. And right from the beginning, it turned into a been explained also by our honorary foreign minister that immediately after the establishment of Pakistan, the right of the Bengali language was denied in 1948, and also in 1952, the protest movement started. And so it was in one way, it is the people upholding their national rights and also try to establish democratic institutions and society in Pakistan. On the other hand, there was denial. And it was the denial of cultural, economic, democratic rights of the Bengali people. And the struggle against this denial is a great struggle from 1952. We say that it culminated in the Liberation War in 1971, led by our founding father, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who organized a unique democratic struggle, a unique struggle of non-violent protest, and also the speech that he delivered on 7th March 1971 has now been recognized by UNESCO as Memory of the World, and Liberation War Museum has been recognized as one of the custodians of the memory of the world. So it is right from the beginning, as we have seen, that it came a domination of the western part over the eastern part, which has the majority of the population, the 56% of the people lived there. But their democratic rights, when in 1970 election, people under the leadership of Bangabandhu has given a mandate for Awami League, who became the majority party in Pakistan, but they were denied to have their proper place in the parliament. And the military launched a brutal attack, a genocidal attack against the civilian population on 25th March. We call it Dark Night of genocide. And immediately after, Bangabandhu declared the independence of Bangladesh and the liberation war started. And the aim of the Pakistani rulers were to destroy the Bengali national struggle. And it resulted in one of the worst genocide in the post-Second World scenario. After Holocaust, it was one of the most brutal mass atrocity crimes that happened. And as we have seen that with the denial of the language rights, actually that carried the elements of genocide. And when Gregory Stanton has explained the 10 stages of genocide, we have seen that the earliest stage, it is categorization and deny, and also imposition of the one's national identity over the other, and the denial of the Bengali language. One of our leading scholar, Dr. Muhammad Sridullah, a linguistic, he in 1951, as early as in 1951, 3 years after the Genocide Convention, when the word was coined by Raphael Lemkin, and it was not in much use. And it was used actually to denote the past atrocity. But Dr. Muhammad Sridullah could identify that the denial of the Bengali language carries elements of genocide. And in a speech delivered in English, he said in 1951 that we must protest against imposition of other language. The imposition will tantamount to the genocide of East Bengalis. And we think this is a very significant statement from a Bengali scholar. And as the Pakistan Army launched its attack, it is titled Operation Searchlight. And the official plan reflected the genocidal intent. And the Operation Searchlight as a document, it has similarity with the Wannsee Protocol, which is now we know it very well that Wannsee Protocol is the blueprint for the Holocaust, for the annihilation of the European Jews, for the final solution of the problem of the European Jews. And as we can see that Operation Searchlight also, like Wannsee Protocol, it was unearthed after many years after the event happened. And also it has in between the lines, it expressed the intent actually to destroy the different groups of people, including political leaders and intelligentsia. And during the genocide, as we have known, that 3 million people perished, 10 million people had to leave the country out of total population of 75 million. And that reflects the extent of the brutality. And more than 300,000 women became victims of sexual violence. And this genocide was widely reported in the world press. And as Gregory Stanton has explained, also through the diplomatic channel, the message was conveyed to US administration. And Archer Blood, we salute him, the then US consul in Dhaka. His telegram has become now a seminal document of the genocidal intent right from the beginning. In 29 March, actually, he has sent this telegram with the caption that what is happening carries the elements of genocide, and he titled it Selective Genocide. And there was also in the global press many reports, including the very famous report which was published in June 1971 by Anthony Mascarenhas, a Pakistani journalist who defected and unearthed what is going on in East Pakistan. And the perpetrators, we all know, are the Supreme Command of the Pakistan Army and local level commanders. And 195 prisoner of war was identified as the criminals accused of genocide and war crimes, and the local collaborators of the Pakistan Army, the religious fundamental forces like Jamaat-e-Islami. And that was a dark time for the global global political scenario. The world was divided by the Cold War rivalry, and the US administration, led by Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger, they strongly supported the Pakistani junta in conjunction with the Maoist China, and India and Soviet Union stood behind the liberation war, but they were a minority in the international politics and also in the United Nations. But the people of the world has expressed their solidarity with the struggle of Bangladesh, and many, many events have happened, including the very famous concert for Bangladesh that was organized in Madison Square Garden in New York on 1st August. And at that time, Henry Kissinger was carrying his secret diplomacy to establish relations with China through General Yahya Khan's support, and he used General Yahya as a conduit. And so this was the reality of the global political scenario, and Bangladesh emerged as an independent state on 16 March 1971, when along with the Indian Army, the liberation fighters liberated the country. And Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman returned from the captivity in Pakistan on 10th January. And in his very famous speech, in emotion-choked speech, he said that I am appealing to the United Nations to form an international tribunal to investigate and to ascertain the extent of the widespread and indiscriminate genocide that the Pakistan armies have committed. This is the voice from the victim nation, and also voice of the right cause, voice of justice. But it did not find any resonance in the United Nations or in other international forums or for the major governments or major powers in the Western world. So Bangladesh went for its own way, and the Bangladesh Collaborators Act order was adopted in 1972, and International Crimes Tribunal Act was adopted in the Parliament in 1973, which is a seminal document because it was one of the first legal document that was prepared following the Genocide Convention. Genocide Convention has called for establishment of international court, but after the convention, there was almost 50 years of darkness, 50 years of silence. And before we see the ICTY and establishment of International Criminal Court. And so Bangladesh as a victim nation has also contributed in confronting genocide with the legal instrument and started its own journey, but it could not do much because of the political scenario and killing of the founding father Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman in 1975. And we have seen that in this era, the Bangladesh genocide had gradually became a forgotten genocide for the world. It was a widely reported genocide in 1971, but it was also much ignored in the post-genocidal scenario because of the global politics. The books that came out, especially after the genocide in former Yugoslavia and in Rwanda, and in the process of establishment of International Criminal Court, there was not much mention about Bangladesh genocide. And also in later time, when people talked about genocide or scholars wrote about genocide, after Holocaust, they jumped to Cambodian genocide or Rwanda or former Yugoslavia. So these are the books with skimpy or no reference to Bangladesh genocide. There was no response from international community, and as I said, that it became a forgotten genocide for the world. And these are also a few of the books with no reference to Bangladesh genocide. And as the genocide was forgotten globally, it was not nationally. And I think that's the greatest struggle that people carried on. The victims, the survivors, the new generation, they all try to memorialize, to remember, and to uphold the cause of justice. And victims and survivors kept the flame of memory burning, and the struggle for truth and justice continued. So I end the early presentation here, and our next speakers are the representative of Post-Genocidal Society, Ms. Shauli Dasgupta and also Imran Azad, and they will make the presentation to show also that for us, the memory is intergenerational. For us, the struggle continues. And for us, from today's deliberation, we get new strength and new hope to continue this struggle in a much stronger and larger way. Thank you all. And I give the floor to Shauli Dasgupta.
Thank you everyone present here. I am Shauli Dasgupta, research volunteer at the Center for the Study of Genocide and Justice at the Liberation War Museum. I thank all the speakers and the participants and the attendees, and I thank Mofidul sir for passing on the baton to us, the young generation. And in my sorry for the technical difficulty. Thank you. In this part of the presentation, I'll be focusing on the quest for justice on the part of Bangladesh in remembering and recognizing the genocide of 1971. A lot of the things I'll be focusing on is already been reiterated by previous speakers, but we strongly believe that after all these years, the more we talk about it, given the opportunity now is better, and we can finally seal the recognition for 1971 genocide that we have been working on for so many years. So in the quest for justice, I first focus on the initial years, starting from 1972, and I go from a chronology of the years till this year, or notably what we can talk about at this time. So in 1972, well within 1971 in September, a commission of jurists was formed in Geneva, which started an investigation on the heroic events that occurred in Bangladesh, the then is Pakistan. And well within 1972, it provided its final report and legal study, calling the heroic events that occurred against the Bengali population as genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. And it's this commission of jurists that through its report has called out and gave recommendations to form an international tribunal in Bangladesh to try the perpetrators that caused these heinous crimes in Bangladesh. And it is for this tribunal, this commission of jurists report that the government of Bangladesh promulgated its collaborators order in 1972, and also the International Crimes Tribunal Act in 1973. Both of these were passed to prosecute and convict the perpetrators of war crimes. However, we will see on how that went on to being. It is even after the enactment of these two acts that the majority of the local collaborators were released with the Declaration of General Assembly in 1973, although the General Assembly did not apply to those charged with murder, rape, or arson. The Bangladesh battling post-armed conflict, displacement, and severe natural calamities also had to deal with the legal jargon of legal negotiation between various international community. And furthermore, in 1975, the nation further crippled with the killing of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. It is in 1975 that everything changed. The process that was ongoing towards remembering and recognition, everything fell apart. And it is when the democratic being of the country actually also fell short. It is till 1991, then the military regime continued, and it actually demolished the democratic idea, the secularism that the country was continuing its journey after liberation. However, in this context, the civilians, the family of the martyrs, of the victims of the armed conflict did not lose hope. They initiated their own processes in the quest of justice. And that is when the civilians' part in the quest of justice starts in Bangladesh. And they have initiated various ways of memorialization, various tenets of the transitional justice processes has been initiated by the civilians of Bangladesh. And it is through the family members of the martyrs that in 1992, the People's tribunal called the Gano Adalat was established as a shadow tribunal in Bangladesh. And it actually gave us a reflection of how if once a tribunal is held on the genocide and the crime against humanity that was perpetrated on the Bengali population, what would happen and who would be the prime accused. And this actually created a community of Bengali population which did not get any international support even after so many years went by. And in this part, I would like to talk about how the civilians' path to their quest to justice promulgated into the creation of the Liberation War Museum in 1996, which will be later discussed in detail by my co-speaker, Mr. Imran Azad. And even after we had a act to try the perpetrators in 1973, it was only in 2009 that the International Crimes Tribunal was finally established to at least try the local perpetrators. And as of now, the tribunal with 44 judgments have been able to try the local perpetrators and has been able to recognize the Birangonas or the survivor of rape, finally given the recognition that they deserved. In also these judgments, the crimes of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity were finally recognized and remembered in the national courts of Bangladesh. All of this has been only done in the domestic court of Bangladesh, but not ever in any international community or any other formal courts. At this point, through this presentation and with the participation of our international and national audiences, we call out to our quest for justice to finally allow a trial or a tribunal for the perpetrators against the act of genocide that went on into the Bengali population. At this point of the presentation, I would be asking Mr. Imran Azad to continue the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shauli, and at the same time, thank you so much, Mofidul Haq sir, for setting out the history of 1971, the genocide that we are talking about in this international conference. So in my presentation, I would like to focus on the learnings of history that we have, the lessons of history that we have for the new generation. So as we know that Liberation War Museum was established in 1996. It was initially located in Segun Bagicha in Dhaka, in a very colonial type of building in a tiny structure. But this initiative, which was taken by the generation of 1971, it gives us hope and it gives us the way to look forward, to look in the future. And as you see in the picture, in the slide, in the galleries of the museum at that time, so different generations, different people, they were invited to visit and to learn about the history of 1971. And that was not the end. This museum has been working for quite a long time, and it is trying to connect the young generation, the new generation, the generation which did not actually witness the 1971. And we got our permanent place in 2016 in this area, Agargaon. And now it's a very spacious museum. It has more than 4 galleries. Different times we organize different exhibitions, not only on the 1971 genocide, but other atrocities such as the Rohingya atrocities and the relationship that Bangladesh has with different countries in our journey and quest for justice. So apart from establishing this Liberation War Museum, we have also memorialized another memorial site of 1971, which is known as Butcher's Den in Bangla, Jallad Khana in Mirpur. So in 1999, this abandoned pump house in Mirpur, it was discovered by the local people. Then we got help from different experts and specialists. And we discovered that in 1971, This place was used as a butcher's den for killing and also beheading the intellectuals and the Bengali freedom-loving people. And afterwards, this memorial site was memorialized with the help of a government, with the help of Bangladesh Armed Forces. And now Liberation War Museum is taking care of this Butcher's Den memorial site. So apart from memorializing different memorial sites, Liberation War Museum also runs different programs for the young generation, the new generation. So one of the flagship programs of Liberation War Museum is mobile bus program, and which I call as a symbol of intergenerational recognition of 1971 genocide. So under this program, under this outreach program, we have a mobile bus. It goes to different districts, different schools, and it invites the students of grade 6 to 10 to visit the mobile bus museum, the galleries inside the bus, and to understand the history. And at the same time, they're invited to go back to their families, to talk to the elders, and to write about the memories of 1971, and to send back to Liberation War Museum. And afterwards, Liberation War Museum runs a filter process, some sort of editing process and review process. And every year we publish the oral testimonies that are collected by the newer generation, by the young generation, and what they have actually learned and heard from their elderly members of their society and the families. So this is a kind of intergenerational recognition of 1971, creating awareness within the young generation about the 1971. At the same time, as I was talking about Butcher's Den in Mirpur, so in this place also, every month we organize different interactive sessions with the local students, and we try to give them the lessons of 1971, what happened in 1971, and at the same time, the students, they come up with so many curiosity, so many questions, and then we can answer their questions, and they can also reflect back what happened in 1971, what is the identity of our Bengali nation, and what is the beauty of this identity, and what we can actually contribute in future. So apart from this connection that we are now creating within the Bangladeshi community, at the same time, we have focused on cross-border recognition of mass atrocities. As we know, in 2017, there was a mass influx of Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh after they have faced the atrocities, brutal atrocities in Myanmar, in Rakhine. And then, as we have established in 2014, the Center for the Study of Genocide and Justice, so we decided to go to the camps in Cox's Bazar, the makeshift camps, and to collect direct oral testimonies from the Rohingya victims. And it was an excellent initiative, an exercise for the people like us who didn't actually witness 1971. Because for the first time in my life, when I was listening to the horrific experience that the Rohingya people, they have faced in Myanmar, it actually gave me a reminder, gave me a sense of reflection about 1971 itself. So I was trying to connect the experience of 1971 that I did not actually witness. But when I was listening to the recent, latest 2017 atrocities that were faced by the Rohingya people, so it actually motivated me, motivated many other people to continue this research and to this sort of exercise. So in 2017 and 2018, we maintained our regular field visits to the Rohingya refugee camps in Cox's Bazar, and we came up with two publications. So one was the Testimony of 60. It was a kind of replica that we had in 1971, published by Oxfam, which was the Testimony of 60 on the crisis in East Bengal. And this was the Testimony of 60 on the crisis of Rohingyas in Myanmar, in Rakhine. So in this Testimony of 60, in this report, we published the testimonies that we have collected, not only the victims' testimony, but at the same time, the people who were actually working inside the camps, like Julian Francis, as we know about him, who was one of the volunteers in 1971 in the refugee camps in West Bengal and India. And next year, in 2018, we published another publication, another study report, which was titled as the Rohingya Genocide. So in this publication, we tried to analyze the Rohingya genocide under international law, and we argued that why it should be called as a genocide. So it was a kind of exercise from the Liberation War Museum to give voice to the voiceless community. And as we know, recently, different international courts and tribunals, including International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court, they have taken up the cases concerning the Rohingya genocide. So maybe our contribution is not that much, but it is a contribution of a global effort, global collaboration that we would like to see in future. And we are continuing this effort with collaboration with Asia Justice and Rights, AZAR. We are now trying to rebuild the lives of the victims, especially the victims of sexual violence within the Rohingya community. So it is another program which is called Quilt of Memory and Hope. Yeah, it's a kind of exercise for the Rohingya women to reflect back to their past experiences, past atrocities, and to express their emotions and express their traumatic experiences through this kind of artistic work. And in 2020, at the beginning of this COVID pandemic, we made an exhibition of this quilt at this place in the Liberation Museum. So finally, I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that at this moment, we know that in New York, the 77th UN General Assembly is taking place. And at the same time, I would like to remember and at the same time acknowledge, admit that despite that, we haven't actually been recognized by different international communities and especially the perpetrator state, Pakistan. So it is high time we actually work together for the recognition of Bangladesh genocide. So it is our humble submission, our appeal to the international community, because in this conference, there are lots of scholars and experts who are working on genocide studies and prevention. So it is our collective duty to recognize, to remember the 1971 genocide, and to create a future for the newer generation where we would not like to see any sort of hatred, violence, and 1971 type mass atrocities. So with that note, once again, on behalf of the Liberation Museum, we would like to thank all of you, the participants, for your patience hearing. And definitely, we would like to see your more participation in our future program. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentations. We are now going to witness recorded testimonies of the 1971 survivors' family members, Professor Meghna Guttathakurta, Asif Munir, Dr. Tahir Reza Noor, and Dr. Nushat Kudhuri. Their testimonies are recorded only for this event.
Professor Meghna Guttathakurta. We are joined by Asif Munir. We are joined by Dr. Tauhid Reza Noor, and at the same time, Professor Dr. Nujat Chaudhary. They are the family members of martyrs of 1971 genocide. So I would like to request to begin this session, Professor Meghna Guttathakurta, if she is available. Ma'am, can you hear us? Ma'am, you are already unmuted, so would you please speak up? Then we can understand whether we can hear you or not. We can't hear you. Might be technical glitch. Well, so meanwhile, our technical team is working on this issue. Can we go to our next speaker, Professor Dr. Nuzhat Chaudhary? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you. You can start and continue. Thank you, ma'am.
Respected dignitaries, audience, speakers here, greetings from Bangladesh. Shubha Sandhya, good evening. It has been 50 years, a little bit more than 50 years, that my father was killed. My father was an eye specialist who was killed only a few hours, who was abducted from his home by the paramilitary forces of the then Pakistani army, occupying forces in our country during the liberation war. The Al-Badr picked up my father on the 15th of December, only a few hours before the dawn of our Victory Day. We found his battered, bruised, body, bullet-ridden, with many other martyrs in Rayarbagar, Bodhbhumi, where they killed all the martyrs after torturing them overnight in Ahmadpur Physical Training Institute. My father was one of the best in his profession, but he wasn't killed because of that. He was killed because he wanted a free Bangladesh, free from oppression, free from injustice. In no other war ever, a doctor is killed like this. In no other war ever, it is a breach of the Geneva Convention if the doctors are killed. But he wasn't participating there with arms. He was only working to give treatment to the injured freedom fighters. But also, he wanted to see a free Bangladesh. He wanted the oppressive regime, the Pakistani government, to be defeated, and he wanted us to win the war so that we can be free. That was his fault. That is the reason why he was taken from his home. He had two little kids. He was trained in England, in Moorfields Eye Hospital. He had so much to give to his country, but he was brutally killed. He was only 43. After that, one day after that, we got our victory. Bangladesh was born. We should have had justice for this brutal murder. But somehow, it took us more than 4 decades to get few selected trials of top-level collaborators, but we still haven't seen the party, Jamaat, hold to accountability. Their oppressive and fanatic fundamentalist ideology is still working in Bangladesh political system. The Pakistani generals who were responsible for the murder of 3 million people went back to their country. They were reinstated in their position, and look what that has done to Pakistan itself. Look at Balochistan. They're doing the same thing all over again. The worst part is that even when we talk to international community about our right to have this genocide recognized, about our right to a fair trial, I often find that we are looked upon as not the victims, as if we are wrong here, as if after so many years, now that we are having the justice, this tribunal is being questioned, its fairness is being questioned. And I find that the international community still do not recognize such a massive scale of atrocity. 3 million people were killed. Genocide happened. Why? I don't understand. I think the geopolitical situation of the globe is a very important factor. I'm going to be very candid here. Henry Kissinger, Nixon, the then American government was against us. The Middle Eastern Islamic states were in for the Islamic Pakistan. China was against us. Only India and Russia was with us. Is this the reason why our genocide is still overlooked? Look at the genocides that has been recognized and look at the genocides that has not been. You can see the politics there. But when it comes to humane attitude, when it comes to being fair, when there is question of genocide, shouldn't we be fair? Shouldn't all life matter? Do 3 million people not matter to the international community? Does my father's sacrifice, this unlawful killing, have no value to the international community? I don't understand this still. And this politics, this partial, one-eyed attitude to genocides even, really makes our pain even more unbearable. So I appeal to the international community who's listening to us. It has been 5 decades. My mother is 80 years old. Some of our aunties who have lost their husband are dead. Their last wish is to see our genocide recognized. That the international community will give the due recognition it deserves. Because if you don't call genocide a genocide, if you don't call genocide a crime, if you are selective in declaration of crime so big as this one, then you are teaching your future generation that sometimes with politics you can get away with such unfair attitude. And then you leave the door open for further genocide. So to protect our children, so that my son doesn't die the way that my father did, so that your son doesn't have to pay the price of some other brutal regime. I think it's time to call a spade a spade. It's time to put the blame on whoever was actually responsible. Let us not decide about it as who was my friend and who was my foe 50 years back. Let us just be fair. And let us recognize Bangladesh genocide, give us the respect we deserve, and please support our efforts in trying our war criminals. Please help us to try the war criminals in Pakistan. Please help us in our effort to have justice after so many years. Justice delayed is justice denied. Please do not deny our chance for justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Nuzhat Chaudhary. And we also echo the demand that she has just made. Yes, we need recognition. With this now, I would like to request Dr. Tauhid Reza Noor to reflect on his personal experience of 1971. Professor, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Tauhid, son of a martyred journalist, Shirajuddin Hussain. At first, I appreciate the theme of this event, remember and recognize the case of Bangladesh genocide. I am thankful to the organizers and everyone who is involved with this important initiative. Yes, we are to remember and recognize Bangladesh genocide because it is a bare truth. Last year, we all know that Bangladesh observed the 50th birth anniversary. The country came into being through a horrific genocide in 1971, perpetrated by the Pakistan Army and their local collaborators, including Al-Badr, Al-Shams, Rajakars, and others. That causes lives of certainly well into 7 figures. That is, the country also commemorated the 50th year of Bangladesh genocide. My father, Sirajuddin Hussain, he was the executive editor of the daily Ittifaq. It was the most widely circulated Bengali daily that pioneered all righteous movements of the Bengalis under the worthy leadership of Sheikh Mujib. Also, my father was known as the father of investigative reporting of our territory because he could, through his investigative reporting, he could save 64 children, and International Press Institute also recognized or endorsed his contribution. Basically, my father and Bangabandhu and Mujib and Shiraz, both of them were intimate friends since they were students in the Islamia College in Calcutta. After their studentship, and when Pakistan was created in 1947, then both of these friends, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman and my father, they came back to this country in Pakistan, and my father continued his journalism in it, and through the newspaper, what I say, the Ittifaq, my father played an instrumental role in, especially I'll say, popularizing 6 points proposed by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Also, his strong roles and contributions for 1970 election could defeat all anti-election moves from different quarters, including West Pakistan's end. So, due to which we know that Mujib could ensure his mandate through a legal electoral process. And all through, my father supported Mujib's politics through his newspaper. I should also mention another name, Tofajal Hussain Manikmia. He was the editor of the daily, and with his endorsement, my father could play that instrumental role because he was also supporting Mujib's movements. So when the liberation was started, then my father tried his best, being resided in within Pakistan, East Pakistan, the then East Pakistan, helping freedom fighters, and also sending different important materials to the first government of Bangladesh, which is known as the exiled government of Bangladesh. And actually, my father was also in some connection. Somehow he also got involved with the Franklin publication. Because of that, Archibald was his boss in one time. And in that connection, when Archibald sent his telegram to the State Department of USA, before Archibald left Pakistan, he could manage to give some documents, including the telegram, to my father. And Tajuddin Ahmed, he was the Prime Minister of the first government of Bangladesh. He sent a freedom fighter and collected the material from my father, and that was broadcast through the independent radio of Bangladesh. So anyway, during that time, my father was playing very courageous role through his writing, and because of all these connections or contributions that my father was playing, he was targeted. And on 10th of December in 1971, he was abducted from our residence by members of the Al-Badr and Al-Shams, death squads of Pakistan Army, just before 6 days of our victory. I was 3 years old at that time and sleeping in my father's arms when my father was abducted. Like many other abducted intellectuals, my father's body was never found. so he never returned. So I'm saying this part as part of episodic memory. I said I was of 3 years old, but through my after the independence, during my growing up stage, we had to we had to face or experience a traumatic phase, because right after 3 years of time, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was assassinated, and the country got the overall situation was getting into opposite direction. So through my through my studies and involvement with different activism, and also talking with my mother and my brothers, I could understand actually what was happening at the time. And I started also researching these things. But basically what I'm just trying to say is there was eliticide when my father was killed, especially the perpetrators targeted intellectuals, academics, cultural figures, journalists, scientists, even sport figures, physicians, scientists, who were the vanguard of Bengali identity and culture. And also we know that there was other protected groups, including religious groups who belong to especially Hinduism. So you know that the bodies were found, it has been told already that in the outskirts of Dhaka city, the place is called Riot Bazaar. So in that Riot Bazaar killing field, some of the bodies were found, and we could understand exactly what had happened during that time. And Pakistan Army had also the connections, and all these were actually very systematically planned. So anyway, I'd like to just conclude my sharing, saying that although during its emergence, this case received intense global coverage at different layers, including media, and got recognized as one of the most concentrated act of genocide in the 20th century. But over time, many factors, including deadly denials, played roles due to which the Bangladesh case lost its importance at home and abroad. Bangladesh's birth was a unique phenomenon, as it was the first nation state that emerged through a successful liberation war against a neo-colonial state. Unfortunately, despite a body of good literature that endorses Bangladesh case, hardly it is considered as genocide these days in the global forum, arena, and listing. So currently, I am also carrying out research. This is basically a book project, and the title of the book is Deadly Denial, How Denial Extends to Bangladesh Case. So I am now based in Binghamton University. So thank you all for listening what I said. I believe that we all will join hands, and oral history is very important. We have to remember that will pave the way to recognize the Bangladesh case. Thank you very much. Joy Bangla.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tauhid Reza Noor, for sharing your experience with the audience. Still, Professor Meghna Thakurta is having problem to join us. So I would like to request now Mr. Asif Munwi to share his experience.
Thank you very much. First of all, greetings to all those who have joined from different parts of the world at different times. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. I start with remembering the martyrs, as well as those who have been part of the act of genocide in Bangladesh in 1971. I'm a son of another intellectual, just like my previous speakers. My father, Muni Chaudhary, was a playwright, a linguist, a teacher of literature, both in English and Bengali. He had been part of the campaign for Bangladesh or independent Bangladesh right from the beginning. in the mid-40s after the partition of Pakistan and India. He was part of the language movement. One of his plays, Kobor, translated as grave, is still one of the milestones of political theater, and still till today it's very much a popular drama, a one-act play based on the martyrs of 1952, the language movement. And he had written many more plays after that and has been part of the campaign and movement. And that is why he was also targeted, not just in 1971, but from way before, from the 50s onwards. Many of his compatriots, intellectuals, teachers were incarcerated by the Pakistani authorities at the time because of their views and values on Bengali, but also on the values of the Bengali nation. He had been incarcerated around the same time as Sheikh Mujib and other political leaders. And that's how some of the intellectuals, including my father, Mani Chaudhry, knew some of the politicians of that time, including Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. In 1971, as my previous brothers and sisters were talking about, the eliticide that took place in December as part of last blow by the Pakistani authorities, where they used the local collaborators who were trained by the Pakistan Army, which many researchers and historians have documented. So there were armed militia groups of Rajakar and Al-Badr, they were called at the time. And they had been systematically preparing a list of prominent personalities, intellectuals, professionals, such as Nusrat's father and Tawhid Wazanu's father and many more, a hit list. And around the time of 10th December, when Tawhid Wazanu's father was abducted, up to the 15th, when Nusrat's father was abducted, many intellectuals, including my father, were taken away. My father was abducted on the 14th of December. Like Tawhid, I was also young at the time. I was 4 years old. So I have very little recollection of that particular day and about my father, but we reconstruct some of the memories with very faded memories of our own as a child, but also what we hear from our family members. Much later, when the trial for the war criminals began, the trial for the intellectual killing was also taking place in 2013. And like many of us, I was also in the witness stand on behalf of my brother, who passed away when the trial or the tribunal was taking place. So on behalf of my brother, I was at the tribunal and speaking about those particularly who have been identified as responsible for picking our fathers up. Chaudhry Moinuddin, who's absconding, or he's a UK citizen now, and Ashrafur Zaman, who is a US citizen. They fled Bangladesh or the independent Bangladesh soon after 71. As most of us experienced through the period, we never really could come out of the trauma and the pain of that. Sometimes we do talk maybe very normally without a straight face, but the feelings of loss and trauma never left us because we never had a closure. One of the things probably because of the trial of the war criminals, those who were responsible, and like others, I'm also talking about not just the local collaborators, but also the authorities, the Pakistan authorities of the time, and their allies, who never were brought to trial or could not be brought to trial, but also they never apologized. One solace is that from common citizens, whether from Pakistan or US or other allies, we have heard apologies from the common people who were not directly involved, but they have heard what had happened in Bangladesh. And that does touch our heart. But nevertheless, the states have never recognized. We understand that, of course, it's the global politics at the time, but also afterwards. And even though at the time there was coverage in the international media, and also many historians after that, we feel sometimes that the world chooses to have a selective memory or looking at some of the evidence. Historians, many historians have categorically pointed out, the atrocities that took place. Definition of genocide. Around the time and afterwards, many reports have come out. And for instance, in recent years, if we look at the internet, our world data mentions the 1971 genocide as Pakistan genocide in 1970. The World Atlas considers Bangladesh genocide as the 10th worst genocide in history, where the Nazi Holocaust is the worst. Smithsonian did a report in 2016, possibly, where it had a report, the genocide the US can't remember, but Bangladesh can't forget. So over the years, there have been attempts, as now the organizers here, and we thank the organizers, and many of you who have been a strong proponent of this, of the recognition. So one is about memorizing what had happened, but also the recognition of genocide. I'll conclude with one of the things that does strike us very strong is the younger generation in Bangladesh, but across the world, wanting to know what has happened in 1971, and also coming forward in recognizing the genocide, but also recognizing the sacrifices our families made, our fathers made, and our mothers who had to struggle dealing with the trauma of losing the closed person in their family, the closest person in the family, but also looking after the family, looking after us, and sometimes in very difficult circumstances. Many of us consider ourselves fortunate that maybe compared to many others, our mothers were able to hold on to the family and really help us through. But we personally know many people, many victim families who are still struggling, whether it's economically, financially, emotionally, socially, and even after 50 years on. And it's really heartbreaking to see that and hear that. But we hope that the younger generation who come forward, whether as researchers, whether as activists, will contribute in the recognition, and we would finally, one day, even if through generations, we would be able to have a closure of the trauma and the pain through justice, but through also the heartfelt feelings and the apologies for what had happened at that time. Many thanks to the organizers, and we look forward to longer campaigns invigorated with all the thoughts and discussions we have during this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asif Munir, for also sharing your experience. It's always very traumatic to hear about the personal experiences of 1971, but we would like to end this session on a high note that yes, it is the young generation, the new generation on whom we have the belief and faith, and definitely together we will make change in Bangladesh, the near future. We are very sorry that Professor Meghnagul Thakurta couldn't actually join us due to some technical difficulties. Now, I would like to hand over the session to our colleagues in Canadian Museum for Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your moving stories. Next, we will welcome the Center for Genocide Studies of Dhaka University, Bangladesh, for their presentation. University of Dhaka was the epicenter of the genocide during the liberation of Bangladesh in 1971. The university lost many of its teachers, academics, students, and employees, and their family members during the Liberation War of 1971. After 41 years of the massacre, the university established and launched the Center for Genocide Studies, CGS, on March 25th, 2012. CGS recognizes that the past 150 years, tens of millions of people have lost their lives in genocides and mass atrocities in the world. Millions have been tortured, raped, and forcibly displaced in their homes. At present, more than 60 countries are involved in armed conflicts around the globe. There are more than 40 situations of protracted conflicts. Presently, there are potential situations of genocide in Syria, Sudan, and Myanmar. The aim of CGS is therefore to address genocide, mass atrocities, violence, and crime over peace-loving people of the world and lead effective initiatives for a peaceful world. To make its task unique in this part of the world and attain the greater goals of humanity, CGS is involved in several activities, including teaching, fellowship, the Walking Museum, the Bangladesh Peace Observatory. Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed will speak in this session. He is the Professor of International Relations and Director of the Center for Genocide Studies in the University of Dhaka. Professor Ahmed was educated at the University of Dhaka, the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia, and Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada. He is currently the visiting professor at the Saïd University in Beirut. Professor Ahmed is the recipient of various awards and honors. He has authored, co-authored, edited, or co-edited 45 books and 15 monographs. More than 125 research papers and scholarly articles have been published in leading journals and chapters in edited volumes. Thank you so much.
Hello. Can you see the slide now?
Professor Imtiaz, we can.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Yes,
thank
go
you.
ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good morning or good evening. I always say good earth to all of you. Given the time frame, you never know where you are, and you can be located anywhere in the world and be hooked up into this particular platform. So good earth to all of you. I guess I don't want to repeat the things that have been said, and I guess quite a lot, I think, in terms of history, in terms of what has happened back in 71. The issue mainly is how the recognition of 71 genocide, how that can be done. Now, when it comes to Dhaka University, I think it has already been flagged. It is the epicenter of 1971 genocide, which is quite an exception when it comes to genocide, because you had genocide in different places in the world, but for a university to become an epicenter is quite remarkable. And I guess Dhaka University is an exception, particularly when it comes to the number of faculty members that got killed, over 20 of them, and over 200 students got killed. So that also makes Dhaka University quite an exception. And as it has already been flagged, that we have a walking museum where you can walk for, well, the shorter version is 2 hours, the longer version is 3 hours. And, by walking through Dhaka University, you can know not only the 71 genocide, but also the entire history of Bangladesh. Now, I guess we need to be very particular when it comes to definition of genocide. So I will switch over, to this issue of what is genocide, which has already been flagged, intent to destroy in whole or in part, and that again in 4 categories. Now, the interesting part is we take 1971 genocide, but then also that can also be contested, because the intent to destroy, particularly by Pakistan, started long before 1971. One can straight away start from, well, 1952 definitely would be one marker, but even before that, the intent to destroy in whole or in part started right, I would say right from 1948, because if you start, limiting a community's language, that also, you contribute to genocide, even in the context of education. And more importantly, I think this is something the young generation often fails to understand, that you can actually have genocide without killing, because I think what is important and has been flagged very explicitly is this understanding that you can have genocide because of mental and physical conditions. So mental condition is also important. So a lot of people would talk about numbers, and there is quite a politics when it comes to numbers. Some would contest some of the numbers, but numbers are not important. Even with as low as 10 or even no killing, you can have genocide, provided it's intent to destroy. And now that becomes clear, and I want to move very on quickly, because genocide has already been touched into on the issue of, let me bring this particular slide, the genocide and the refugeehood of the victims. You see, the figures are now quite clear that nearly 10 million people ended up, crossing the border and going to India. That itself tells you the shock that the population had back in 71. So the intent to destroy was clear, and this is now well researched in terms of where they were, and in what location, and how many camps, and what is number. So the very fact that you had a refugeehood of the victims and of the kind of the number, which is 10 million, which probably is the largest in modern history in such a short period of time. That also needs to be made clear. So I guess this refugeehood should be brought in. So many refugees. The entire, I guess, in every family in Bangladesh would have someone who became a refugee, and that is precisely the reason that when the Rohingya genocide took place, Bangladesh could not stop them at the border. Rather, they opened it up and sheltered 1.1 million refugees, as you know now, which is larger than the population of Bhutan. Bhutan's population is less than 800,000, and you have 1.1 million people here. Now, Bhutan became Bhutan in 60,000 years, but this refugee shelter took place only in 3 months. And I guess 71 is something which really made the leadership, in particular our Prime Minister, to say that no, we can't stop the border. So 71 is something that, the refugeehood is something that is very part of Bangladesh and Bangladesh history. But the other thing that is also very important, other than intent to destroy, is the issue of genocide. Is the issue of rape, is the issue of rape, which is now, as you know, is a genocidal issue. Back in when the convention was done, genocide was not taken into account, but now genocide is also a part. Rape is also a part of genocide. And so here too, the numbers are very very clear. Some sources, International Planned Parenthood Federation estimated 200,000. But then you have people, the Australian doctor, Jeffrey Davis, was involved in helping the rape victims, put the figure as high as 400,000. So, rape as a genocidal offense, since it is now part of genocide, is something that we need to, keep in mind. And I guess the testimony on the evidence of genocide is also very clear. This has already been highlighted by several speakers, and I don't want to go into details. There are enough materials way back in whether in April 71 or September 72, and it goes on and on, where that there are enough materials to say, or enough evidence to say that it is a genocide or intent to destroy. But clearly, the testimony that you see is University of Dhaka, and this is the monument you can see in the image, where you have the names of all the faculty members and the students and the staff. Don't forget also quite a large number of staff also got killed. Even the gardeners were killed. Even the chef were killed. We have an extraordinary history in Dhaka University where a canteen owner, Modhuda, he was killed, his family was killed. Dhaka University, the number of killing that took place in Dhaka University alone is enough to make clear that this was a genocide. And so my point would be not to recognize genocide is something that doesn't make my, doesn't get into my head. I guess one of the, I think Nuzhat, one of the speakers, she pointed out that maybe politics is there, and that probably is the case, which would be very unfortunate. One has to, in order to get into genocide, one cannot shy away from, one can't be selective. I welcome some of the remarks that took place, and one of the speakers was flagging even the Canadian genocide. One should also flag the American genocide, the genocide that took place on the natives in the United States, because blaming another country doesn't help unless you internalize the issue, because genocide is a human issue. It should go beyond the territories. So I will stop by saying very quickly that it's high time, to recognize the genocide. So the overwhelming evidence of the violence committed by the Pakistan military in 71 against the people of then East Pakistan and now Bangladesh satisfies every condition of the UN definition of genocide. Not recognizing the events of 1971 as genocide will not just be a severe injustice done to the memories of the victim of genocide, it will be an injustice done to history itself. Thank you very much.
And I think you have made an excellent point with the examples why the case of Bangladesh genocide should be recognized just as a means of rendering justice. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor now to welcome Professor Dr. James Waller from Cohen Institute of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Keene State College, USA. He's the inaugural Cohen Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies, and he's the college's first endowed professorship that he's currently serving. Keene State College is home to the Cohen Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies and one of the nation's oldest Holocaust resource centers. James Waller is a widely recognized scholar in the field of genocide studies and has held visiting research professorship at Technical University in Berlin, the Catholic University in Eichstätt, Germany, and in the George J. Mitchell's Institute for Global Peace, Justice and Security at Queen's University in Belfast, Northern Ireland. In the policymaking arena, Professor James Waller is also regularly involved in his role as Director of Academic Programs with the Auschwitz Institute of the Prevention of Genocide and Mass Atrocities as the curriculum developer and lead instructor for the Raphael Lemkin Seminars for Genocide Prevention. He is joining us virtually from Keene State. And I would like to welcome Professor James now. And I was very fortunate to undergo Summer Institute in June this year and become one of the fortunate students undergoing his wisdom and taking his wisdom. Thank you, Professor James Waller. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Kyles. I appreciate the kind introduction. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. And it's good to see you, friend. And Kauser was an outstanding participant in this last year's Summer Institute. So I'm very appreciative of all the work he did there and the work he's done with this program as well. It's wonderful to be with you today. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. Today was a teaching day for me, so I was able to only capture about the past hour or so of the conference, but certainly some very powerful and moving stories and recollections and arguments for Bangladesh as a case of genocide as well. So it's an honor to be with you. When Kauser asked me to speak at this, we agreed that my expertise is not in the study of the Bangladesh genocide, but certainly that I could bring to bear some issues related to never again and what we mean when we talk about atrocity prevention. Because the truth was, Bangladesh genocide of 1971 was just one of many cases where we saw that never again failed again and again and again. In 1945, at the end of the Holocaust, when Buchenwald was liberated, there was a Russian prisoner of war who held up a sign that in Russian, translated into English, read, "Never again." And the world committed, and the United Nations committed, to make sure that never again would be a reality. And unfortunately, as we've seen far too many times, as we see in this particular case study, we have not lived up to that expectation. So I would like to take the next half hour just to share with you some thoughts on what atrocity prevention is, the different ways we can think about together making never again a reality. I'm going to share my screen, and Kauser, if you or someone could just let me know that it came through okay, that would be good.
Yes, Jim,
okay,
the slide is good.
You can see them. Okay,
yes,
perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. So we'll talk a bit about understanding atrocity prevention. As Kauser mentioned, I'm the Cohen Professor here at Keene State College, home to the only U.S. institution that offers an undergraduate major in Holocaust and Genocide Studies. And I also work as a Director of Academic Programs for the Auschwitz Institute for the Prevention of Genocide and Mass Atrocities. This is an international NGO that works predominantly with government policymakers and the security sector, military and police personnel, to help them understand their role that they play in atrocity prevention. So the three questions I want to think about with you in this brief time we have together are these. What is atrocity prevention? Why does atrocity prevention matter? And what is the continuum of atrocity prevention strategies that we can think about? And if you take one thing away from the 30 minutes I have with you, it would be to just hopefully that you think more broadly and more creatively about how we make never again reality, about what genocide and atrocity prevention means, much more broadly than most of our policymakers around the world tend to think of it. So let's look at the first question of what is atrocity prevention. Much of today, at least as I've been able to catch the conference, is focused on the question of to what degree Bangladesh could be understood as a case of genocide. And I think people have made very strong arguments that it can and should be understood as a case of genocide. But in the field of atrocity prevention, we're talking about also preventing other crimes of mass atrocity as well, including war crimes and crimes against humanity. So many times in our work with policymakers, we'll see that they get caught up on debating, is this case a case of genocide or not genocide? And there are times we have to point out to them that even if this doesn't technically fit a particular case, a definition of genocide, in many cases, what we're seeing are war crimes in times of war, are crimes against humanity, crimes that are so widespread or systematic that they are considered crimes against humanity. For instance, the forced displacement of a people. So I think one of the things we try to emphasize in atrocity prevention is that it's easy to say the shorthand is about genocide prevention, but we're also trying to prevent these other forms of atrocity crimes, of both war crimes and crimes against humanity. For all of these atrocity crimes, though, I believe the grounding belief of the work that we do in atrocity prevention, and there are many great people around the world, many of whom are on today's program, who help in this work of atrocity prevention, is that we recognize and believe that preventing genocide is an achievable goal. In other words, we do think it's possible. We don't believe we have to live in a world where we have to accept the inevitability of genocide. Yes, it seems to occur again and again, but we're not moved by a belief that it has to occur again and again. We don't think that genocide is an inevitable part of human affairs and human history. There are different directions that politics can take, that disagreement can take, that understanding how to live with diversity can take. So it's not an inevitable result. We can recognize the signs and symptoms of genocide as it unfolds. And because we think of it as a process, we can also recognize our options to prevent it at many of those steps if we're committed and prepared to do it. So the work of people who work in the field of atrocity prevention is certainly that absolutely this can be achieved. This is not how we have to relate to each other, despite how frequently we seem to tend to do so. And that belief is grounded in the understanding that mass atrocity is understood as a process. It doesn't happen overnight. And I know that you've been hit with some disturbing images today, and I'm sorry to add yet another one, but this is, as many of you know, from the Holocaust, the liberation of the concentration camps in April 1945. And I use this slide because if we start thinking of prevention, and this is what we think we're trying to prevent, this is the end state, this is the end result, it does seem difficult to think about how in the world could we have prevented this from occurring. But what I want to challenge all of us to think about is to say, this was the end result. There was a long list of things that led up to this, all of which could have offered opportunities for prevention. So when we understand mass atrocity as process, we recognize, and you've talked about some of this in the case of Bangladesh, you recognize that it includes classification of people, dehumanization of people, social exclusion of a targeted group, legal attacks on civil and human rights, economic theft or expropriation, state-sponsored violence, mass expulsion and forced immigration, forced concentrations of people, and then finally, killing operations. But I want to point out that often what people think about as genocide and mass atrocity is just the killing operations. And they neglect all the things that came before it, which are all opportunities for us to make a difference, to make this turn in a different direction. Now, not every case of genocide goes through each of these stages exactly. This is typically, for instance, how I would teach about how the Holocaust unfolded. But I think all genocides have their own process within them. And while the processes may not be identical as it unfolds, I think the processes rhyme. They have a consistency to them, a rhythm to them that we can notice when we pay careful attention. So my second question then is, if atrocity prevention is based on the idea that it's a process and we're trying to prevent war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of genocide, why does all this matter? I think preventing atrocity reduces several things. Most importantly, it reduces the human cost. We're committed to preventing atrocity because we're committed to protecting and preserving human life and security. Again, I had the privilege to hear a few of the testimonies when I logged on to the conference a bit ago, and it's always painful to hear about the loss that people endure, the loss that continues sometimes for their lives, sometimes continues for generations, the trauma that people endure, the trauma that is passed on generationally, particularly trauma that's enhanced when the world doesn't recognize the crime that occurred, doesn't call the crime by its proper name. So we're focused on atrocity prevention because we want to save lives. We want to protect lives. We want to preserve lives and give people a sense of security. We also think that atrocity prevention reduces instability costs. As all of you recognize, the cost of conflict and war is significant. War is much more costly than peace is. So if we don't prevent mass atrocity, there are significant national, regional, and even global costs. And many of us in the world, for instance, are feeling the cost of the war in Ukraine, even a war that may be far away from us geographically. We recognize the instability it poses to us economically, in terms of energy, in terms of geopolitical stability, in terms of our own security. When we hear the Russian president perhaps hinting of the possibility of nuclear threat to preserve what he sees as Russian territorial integrity. So we want to reduce instability cost. There's also the economic cost that I've mentioned, that prevention is far less costly than an intervention or rebuilding. When we have to intervene to stop mass atrocities, which we don't do often, but when we do it, it's costly. Rebuilding a society torn apart by war, by conflict, by mass atrocities, rebuilding that society can take decades and can be incredibly costly. So there's an economic benefit to all of us focusing on atrocity prevention. And then finally, we're also trying to reduce the diplomatic cost. I mean, we, as I said, at the Auschwitz Institute, we work with government policymakers who are very keen on protecting their state sovereignty. And sometimes they see atrocity prevention as something that attacks their state sovereignty. And we keep emphasizing, no, it reinforces your state sovereignty. If you do well protecting the rights of minority people in your country, and you do well building strong, resilient, inclusive, democratic societies, all that's doing is just strengthening your state sovereignty. It's giving, I mean, there's no reason for people to attack your state sovereignty because you're in a state that is functioning well. You're in a state that is inclusive. So when we sell atrocity prevention, and sometimes we do have to sell it, when we sell it, we're selling it on the basis of it reduces human cost, instability cost, economic cost, and diplomatic cost. And then my final question is, what is a continuum of prevention strategies? And here what I'm getting at is when we started our work with the Auschwitz Institute in 2007, 2008, and we would work with government policymakers. And today we've worked with over 9,000 government security sector personnel from more than 90 countries around the world. Very often in the beginning, when they thought about atrocity prevention or we asked them what it meant, they would say, atrocity prevention means military intervention. That when a mass atrocity is occurring, a stronger country, regional group, international group steps in with a bigger force, and by force, they stop the killing. And one of the things we constantly emphasize is, if that's what you think atrocity prevention is, that's a failure of your atrocity prevention imagination. That's such a small piece of what atrocity prevention should be. So we want for people to think more broadly. So when we think more broadly, we think about three forms of atrocity prevention: primary, secondary, or tertiary, or I've called these upstream, midstream, or downstream. And upstream means you're upstream before the conflict. So no crisis has happened. This is the before phase. What are you looking at in terms of risk? What are the warning signs? How are you judging a society or a country or a state to try and understand to what degree of risk are they at for the potential for mass atrocity. We believe every country in the world's at risk. We just differ in the level of risk. But upstream prevention is the most important prevention we can do, because we're saying, before you fall into crisis, let's figure out where are the areas that you have high risk. How can we build resilience? How can we try to respond to some of the warning signs we're seeing? This is where we want to put our work. Because if that work doesn't succeed, then we find ourselves in a situation of midstream prevention, that the crisis is ongoing and we're right in the middle of the stream of this crisis. And now we have to look at a different set of toolbox, a different set of tools and toolbox of how we respond during crisis. Now, again, prevention isn't over. Just because the crisis and conflict has happened doesn't mean we're giving up on atrocity prevention. We're still trying to prevent the crisis from getting worse. We're trying to slow the crisis. We're trying to stop the crisis. So we're trying to respond to it as it unfolds. And then downstream prevention is, once we're downstream, once we're past the crisis, how do we build resiliency? How do we deal with justice and truth and memory? How do we rebuild a society that's been torn apart by these atrocity crimes? So just quickly, I want to give you a sense of what each of these three forms of prevention include before I wrap up so the program can move on. In upstream prevention, we talk about assessing risk of violent conflict, and I organize this risk in 4 categories. So if you were to ask me, and I did this for the United States, my home country, November 2020, I look at a country and I say, okay, what's its system of governance? How inclusive is governance? How is governance working? What is its conflict history? How is its memory taught, processed, and understood? What are the economic conditions? And what is the degree of social fragmentation? How deep are the divisions in a society? And I think we can look very specifically at specific risk factors to give us some sense of a country's level of risk or resilience. And these are the ones I've written about, and we don't have time to go through all these, but just to give you a sense, we can look at a country's system of governance and determine, what type of regime is it? Democratic regimes tend to be the most peaceful, although it's very difficult to find a really mature democratic regime. To what degree is the state seen as legitimate? How weak or strong are the state structures? Is the state involved in systematic state-led discrimination? All of these help us understand the degree of risk or fragility in a society. In terms of conflict history, has a country had a prior genocide or politicide? Is there a deep past cultural trauma? I think we understand trauma often at the individual level, as we should, but I think trauma exists at a cultural level. And I think some identity groups have a trauma embedded within their identities that can be passed on generationally, that can make it very difficult for societies to regain their stability and footing. Economic conditions, it isn't that poor countries are the greatest risk, but I think it is more that countries where wealth is unevenly distributed are countries at higher risk. Countries that don't have a lot of macroeconomic stability. So a country like Venezuela, which was built pretty much on one economic source of income, oil, when that piece of the economy drops off, that country struggles. And then finally, social fragmentation are just the identity-based social divisions within a country. To what degree does race, ethnicity, tribe, religion, political identity, gender, socioeconomic status, when these things are important enough within a country that they define who we are and who we're not, they define us and them, those are things we have to take into consideration. Gender inequalities can be a big driver of conflict and instability. Political instability is certainly a major piece as well. So the point of all of this is to say, when someone says to us now, we just don't know what to look for in a country to determine if it's risk, or we didn't see it coming, nothing could be farther from the truth. We have a wealth of research that helps us understand what puts a country at risk. And then we have a wealth of research that helps us understand what things accelerate that risk. So things that could accelerate the risk could be things internal to the state, a purging of the security forces, a failed peace agreement, a regime transition. That takes the risk that is like a stack of wood, and it's like throwing gasoline or petrol on that wood. Sometimes these accelerants are external to the state. Military intervention, an international financial crisis, climate change, regional destabilization. All of these things could take risk and just make it even a higher degree of risk, just accelerate the risk. And then we worry about, in a situation where there's risk factors, where there's accelerants, we worry about the triggers. What's that spark that can light crimes, that can light genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity? These typically tend to be single events, things like natural disasters, terrorist attacks, political assassinations, coup, census taking has been one, anniversaries and commemorations. We know elections, particularly in Africa, we've seen often that elections can be a triggering factor. So all of these things we have in mind, and we have to focus on how do we reduce the risk so that we don't have things that accelerate, that we don't have things that are subject to being triggered. And then secondly, if a crisis breaks out, how do we respond? What are we looking at in terms of response there? And again, I think we have a lot of different tools here we could use in our toolbox. There are a range of political tools we can use, a range of economic tools, legal tools, and military tools. We've seen, for instance, in Ukraine, a range of political tools that have been used to try to put pressure on the offending regime of Russia to pull back its aggression. We've seen economic tools and sanctions used. We've seen legal tools, the threat of international prosecution used. And then, yes, there are military tools, but the very last military tool is intervention. But the key thing I want you to see is we don't just jump to military non-consensual intervention to stop these crimes. There are a lot of other tools we can use that don't have the significant consequences that sometimes that military non-consensual intervention has. So there are a lot of pressure points we can bring to bear on an offending regime, both nationally, regionally, and internationally, to change their offending behavior. Sometimes these tools are used cooperatively. We try to convince the offending regime that it's in your interest to change your behavior for these reasons. And that's a great way to encourage change. But unfortunately, many times the tools are used coercively. They're used in a power basis where we say to an offending regime, if you don't change, we're going to do these punitive, punishing things to try to bring about change. So a wide range of tools can be used in a wide range of ways, but all of them are used with this preventive lens of trying to ensure that we can limit the damage as the crisis unfolds. And then our third and final form of prevention is downstream. So once the crisis is over, and maybe upstream prevention didn't fail. I mean, maybe the crisis wasn't as bad as it could have been because we did do some good upstream prevention. We can think about it this way. We all are at risk of heart disease. Upstream prevention is we try to do those things that reduce that risk. We stay at a healthy weight, we stop smoking, we eat well, we exercise, we try to reduce risk. Maybe we still end up with a stroke, with some type of heart attack. But even while we're on the operating table, the doctors aren't saying, now we have to give up, there's nothing we can do. There's still things they can do to prevent the loss of life. It's more restricted and it's more emergency focused, but they can still save life. The downstream piece is, now that we've survived the crisis, how do we rebuild our life? How do we rethink our healthy habits to ensure that we don't fall into crisis again. When I think of this downstream prevention, I think often of the country I work in Latin America, Argentina. And Argentina at the former clandestine detention centers, and you see two examples here, have placed pillars that read justice, truth, and memory. And when I think of how we rebuild societies that have been torn apart by these atrocities, I think these are three important pillars to focus on. What does justice look like? Is justice only perpetrator focused, bringing the bad people to justice? Or is justice also victim focused, helping repair what people have lost? What does truth look like? Who gets to tell the story of what happened and how is that story told? What role does a museum play, for instance, like the Liberation Museum, in helping us understand truth? And what is memory? How does memory function? Who controls memory? How is the history of what happened remembered? How is it taught in schools? How is it processed? How is it understood? That's why I was so appreciative of the opportunity to speak with you today, because I love the motto of today's conference, remember and recognize. That is downstream prevention. What we're trying to do when we come together today is remember an event that is too often not remembered and recognize an event that is too often not recognized. Both of those things, remembering and recognition, that's the work of atrocity prevention. That's what we're trying to do after the crisis is over, to make sure that this crisis never happens again. And then finally, I'll leave you with this. Again, we've had a short time together, and I know we've gone through a lot of material, but if you're interested in these forms of prevention, upstream, midstream, and downstream, that's the heart of this book I wrote and published in 2016 with the Oxford University Press, Confronting Evil, Engaging Our Responsibility to Prevent Genocide. So the first part of the book talks about the definition of genocide and goes through much of the history of what led us to that definition. But the heart of the book talks about upstream, midstream, and downstream prevention, this broad understanding of what it means for us to think about atrocity prevention. So again, it's been an honor to be with you, to be part of remembering and recognizing the Bangladesh genocide. Thank you all for your collective work and effort in this. And I certainly look forward to hearing from you if you would ever like to reach out with any questions or more discussion. But Kauser, I will turn it back over to you now, friend, and let you continue on with the program. But thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much. It's an honor to host you. Always. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I now request our guests to kindly join us for lunch. We will reconvene in about 45 minutes, so at 12:45. I also would like to draw your attention to a short documentary from the Liberation War Museum and poster presentation on Canada-Bangladesh Solidarity, 1971 and beyond by students.
So we'll join for lunch break. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, please. So we'll have a short lunch break. Liberation War Museum, we are going to witness the documentary, and it will be an ongoing session. So help yourself with the lunch, and in the meantime, they will display the poster presentation and the short documentary. Thank you.
Kausar Ahmed, can you hear me? Can you please unmute your microphone? We can't hear anything. Kausar Ahmed, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Experience my remarks.
Yes. We forgot to unmute this microphone. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Total apology. Sorry, Adam. Sorry. My apology.
Yeah, particular thanks to the folks in Bangladesh who are tuning into this. I know the time difference is considerable and it's quite late there. And actually, this is a sort of convenient place for the folks away to join my presentation, because I'm explaining that while controversial, the use of the term genocide to characterize the events in Bangladesh, for me, is unproblematic. And I join with many other scholars, political actors, and survivors in stating clearly and for the record that the actions of West Pakistan's military and auxiliaries in the country that would become Bangladesh constitutes genocide as we understand this term legally, sociologically, and philosophically. And maybe this needs to be my opening point today. Namely, that it is possible to understand the term genocide in different ways, not all of them, strictly speaking, compatible. What a philosopher thinks or can reasonably conclude that a genocide is may differ in key respects from the conception of genocide held by a sociologist or anthropologist, or that of an international lawyer or judge. Part of the reason for this diversity, I'm tempted to say complexity, has to do with the etiology of the genocide concept, its evolution through historical time. By now, major elements of this causal story are well documented and reasonably well known, and we've heard echoes of this story in earlier presentations. But permit me a brief and highly selective synopsis of genocide's development for those in the audience today, perhaps less familiar with some of the specifics of this history. So what I'm going to do is give a very partial and selective history that sort of conveys what I think genocide is and why, for me, it's not really problematically applied to the case of Bangladesh. Genocide first emerged as a concept in the writing of the Polish lawyer Raphael Lemkin, who as a young law student in the 1920s was baffled by why it was possible for a single person to be held legally accountable for the murder of a neighbor, but impossible to hold a nation's government and its agents legally responsible internationally within the community of nations for attempting to annihilate millions of citizens just because they belong to groups considered to be in some way malign or unwelcome. Lemkin was particularly troubled by the massacre of Armenians by Ottoman Turks during the genocide that occurred in 1915. And he was shocked to learn that several of the genocide's prime movers were able to live and travel freely in other countries. He asked one of his international law professors to explain why it was that perpetrators could not be tried for their crimes committed in one nation by courts located in other countries. The professor quickly explained that the reason was that the doctrine of state sovereignty meant in effect that it was up to governments themselves to determine appropriate treatment of a country's citizenry. Consider the case of a farmer who owns a flock of chickens, the professor said. He kills them, and that is his business. If you interfere, you are trespassing. After thinking for a moment, Lemkin tellingly replied, "But the Armenians are not chicken." Writing later, Lemkin underscored his view at the time that, quote, sovereignty, whatever else it is, cannot be conceived as the right to kill millions of innocent people. This awareness of and attention to the human costs of genocidal violence crucially shaped Lemkin's later thinking about the nature of state violence and the vulnerability of certain groups to abuse and extermination by governments and their auxiliaries bent on eliminating any trace of unwanted human collectivities. Lemkin carefully studied history and began to draw conclusions from the long human experience of group destruction in both ancient and modern times. In order to capture his sense that there needed to be some way to talk about group destruction as constituting a unique kind of existential harm, one that robs the world of some of its diversity and a people of its existence as such, Lemkin brought together the ancient Greek words genos or genos, meaning family, clan, tribe, race, stock, or kin, and side, meaning killing, to create the neologism genocide. Genocide, as understood by Lemkin, consists of the crime not of individual or even mass murder, but rather of the destruction of groups, what I like to refer to as human kinds. Groups, and more especially the persistence of groups, Lemkin took as evidence of human flourishing. And he viewed group membership as one of human beings' primary sources of individual identity, collective belonging, and fulfillment. In this, he anticipated the work of later social scientists, such as psychologist Catherine Greenaway and her team, who concluded in a 2015 study that, quote, social groups help us feel supported and esteemed, as we might expect, but they also help us feel capable. With the support and esteem comes a stronger sense of personal control over our lives. In 1933, Lemkin presented a paper at the Legal Council of the League of Nations Conference on International Criminal Law in Madrid. In this presentation, he first proposed the creation of a multilateral convention making the extermination of human groups an international crime, paralleling slavery, piracy, and other universally recognized offenses against the law of, quote, offenses against the laws of nations. Importantly, Lemkin distinguished in his remarks between two main ways that group destruction might be achieved. On the one hand, he argued that group destruction could result from the physical elimination of members of a group via means such as murder, starvation, the forced transfer of children, and so forth. Lemkin termed this mode of perpetration, directed primarily against human bodies, barbarism. On the other hand, Lemkin realized that groups could also be destroyed non-physically by severing the familial, cultural, and linguistic ties responsible for holding group members together and allowing them to recognize one another as similarly belonging to the group. This mode of cultural and symbolic destruction, Lemkin termed vandalism. During the rest of the 1930s and on into World War II, which forced the Jewish Lemkin into American exile from Nazi-occupied Poland, Lemkin continued to refine his ideas about genocide and international law, as well as to document Nazi abuses in the countries they conquered. Eventually, this work culminated in Lemkin's landmark 1944 study, Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, which propelled him to the forefront of the emerging discussion of what international justice needed to look like in the wake of a global conflict in which whole peoples, and not just select groups of combatants, had been targeted for elimination. Perhaps more than anyone else, as a lobbyist and contributor to the drafting of what would eventually become the newly formed United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, known less formally as the Genocide, much more commonly as the Genocide Convention, Lemkin shaped our understanding of the singular costs to group destruction and the need for the crime of genocide to be incorporated into international law. Now, all that said, there are noteworthy ways in which Lemkin failed to achieve his objectives vis-a-vis the genocide concept, notwithstanding the UN General Assembly's ratification of the Genocide Convention in December 1948, and the convention's later entry into force in January 1951. Indeed, in its own current and public description on the website, actually, of the convention, the UN's Office on Genocide Prevention and the Responsibility to Protect acknowledges that, quote, the definition of the crime of genocide as contained in Article 2 of the Genocide Convention was the result of a negotiating process and reflects the compromise reached amongst United Nations member states in 1948 at the time of the drafting of the convention. Chief among the compromises entered into by the parties drafting the convention was the elimination from its text of nearly all reference to non-physical destruction, in other words, vandalism, as a means for ending a group's life. Instead, what the Genocide Convention emphasizes and seeks to disrupt is the fairly obvious correlation between the destruction of groups and the application of certain kinds of physical violence, including rape and murder. For the remainder of his life, while working as a law professor at Yale and Rutgers University, Lemkin futilely attempted to improve on the compromise that is the Genocide Convention, and in the process to widen the scope of international law. He made little progress in these endeavors, in large part owing to anxieties of formerly, or newly in the case of the Soviet Union, colonial powers, with long histories of perpetrating extreme violence against particular and especially indigenous cultures and groups. In other words, the people making the law were precisely people with something to lose through the law. And so the law was made to protect them as much as anything else. Yeah. As Lemkin was no doubt well aware, the convention severely limited the number of groups whose destruction could count as properly genocidal. And it has nothing at all to say about how groups and group membership should be defined and by whom. In other words, do governments get to define what a group is? Do anthropologists get to define what a group is? Do the members of the groups decide what a group is? And then does the law come into effect, right? Not specified in the convention whatsoever. To be clear, what I'm arguing is that the version of the genocide concept that we find embedded in international law must be understood to be problematically incomplete. While useful when applied to cases of group destruction in which physical violence has played a major role, the law fails to recognize and so obscures or even occludes examples of genocide primarily involving the destruction of culture. For this reason, both the Genocide Convention and later Rome Statute have proven to be of only limited use when contending with the assimilative and thus culturally annihilatory violence directed against members of indigenous groups by colonial and neocolonial powers. These two conventions likewise have little purchase on either slow genocides or on what the sociologist Andrew Woolford has termed nodal networks of destruction, in which the intent to destroy, the dolus specialis, the special intent, that has to be proven for there to be the crime of genocide. So it's just harder to find evidence of the intent to destroy in a genocide that unfolds over diverse institutions, large spaces, and vast periods of time. It's just difficult to reconstruct a clear intent. In short, while international law can help to direct our moral and political gaze so that genocidal rapists and killers may be stopped and subsequently punished, their prosecution comes at the expense of fully reckoning with the complex multitude of ways in which groups, and not just individual life, can be fatally coerced and terminated. Now, it's with this historical background to genocide and related complications in view that it becomes possible to acknowledge the work of the the work that the Bangladesh genocide might do to enhance our awareness of the depth and breadth of genocide as a concept, as a practice, and as an experience. For the events of late 1971 involved both physical and cultural destruction. vandalism, as well as barbarism, yielding enormous suffering and loss of life, as well as radical shifts in demography, and so patterns of community and familial existence. Particularly in the context of a commemorative event such as today's gathering here at the CMHR, when individual and collective memory play such a central role in directing our thoughts about suffering, justice, and repair. It is worth remembering that what made the eliminationist violence of West Pakistan's Punjabi leadership properly genocidal was not just that it was directed against Muslim and Hindu Bengalis as groups, but that this violence was both physical and cultural in kind. Now, many commentators on the genocide in Bangladesh point to the fact that culture per se played an important role in structuring the animus that found real-world expression through West Pakistan-driven annihilatory processes. Indeed, linguistic, and you've heard some of this already today, right? Indeed, linguistic and cultural tensions marked relations between East and West Pakistan, the latter dominated by Urdu and Pashto speakers, the former by those speaking Bengali, at least since India was partitioned by England as part of that country's post-war shedding of its colonial possessions. Philosopher Norman Suezo has persuasively argued that the Bangladesh genocide, quote, is rooted in both the general cultural background of the peoples involved and in the religious sentiments expressed in support of a united Pakistan qua Islamic Republic. As Wardatul Akram opines, the West Pakistanis wanted to, this is a quote, to purify the Muslim Bengalis in East Pakistan by making them abandon Bengali cultural traits, especially those which resembled Hindu cultural traits. In part, the West Pakistani view of their Eastern co-religionists as too Bengali, inferior, and impure, all part of the language of genocide that we find associated with the perpetrator's discourse, in the perpetrator's discourse. This view animated exactly the cultural condescension and assimilative desires that made genocide first thinkable and then practical. According to the Pakistani-Canadian journalist Tariq Fatah, quote, the racist depiction of the darker-skinned Bengalis as an inferior and incapable people became the unquestioned dogma among the ruling minority. The darker-skinned Bengalis' culture was portrayed as un-Islamic and influenced by Hinduism. Their music, cuisine, and attire were mocked, their language banned, leading to widespread protests and deaths in 1952, and then, of course, afterwards. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, there emerged in East Pakistan a Bengali language movement that sought to have Bengali recognized as the official language of Pakistan in order for it to serve the needs of a majority of citizens in official communications, the school system, and so forth. The attempted suppression of this movement by a succession of West Pakistani-led governments laid the moral and political groundwork for the subsequent independence struggles that led to the creation of Bangladesh. It also helped fuel the massive physical and cultural violence of the 1971 genocide. And I think actually real work has to still be done to disentangle the liberation war and the genocide. They're obviously related processes, but they're not the same process exactly. Right, then there's important disambiguation required there. One of the more widely discussed aspects of the Bangladesh genocide concerns the treatment of women, more specifically the large number of Muslim and Hindu Bengali women who were subjected to sexual violence by West Pakistani troops, allied militiamen, and civilian sympathizers. By some accounts, the number of women raped over the 9-month period of conflict exceeds 200,000. In a comparatively conservative religious context such as East Bengal, rape would have been familially and culturally, as well as physically and psychologically, devastating. According to Bangladeshi feminist and activist Shireen Hook, any woman, quote, any woman known to have been captive in Pakistan, in the Pakistan army camps during 1971 was rejected by her parents, siblings, and relatives, and her village. Those among them who became pregnant were taken care of by another covert operation in 1972, a massive abortion program conducted by international teams of doctors and nurses, including a specialist on late abortions. The women had no choice as they carried within them enemy embryos. I think she means this ironically, right? The women had no choice. Oh, sorry, the consent was not an issue, irrespective of age. The cleansing was a necessity for the recouping of honor. The post-independence government facilitated this particular cleansing exercise in the interests of the nation. Quote. It would seem clear from Huck's analysis that the trauma of rape was felt both by the women whose bodies were violated by Pakistani forces and also by a post-conflict Bangladeshi society struggling to make sense of and meaningfully work through the country's violence experience of parturition. Now, I mean working through here in the specialist or technical sense of this phrase as it has been developed in the work of the American theorist and historian Dominic LeCapra. In his account of the nature and function of traumatic memory in primary and secondary witnesses to unsettling events, LeCapra argues that in the aftermath of great distress, human beings typically either act out or work through what it is that has damaged them. Drawing on Freud's ideas of transference or repetition, that's the idea that if you're traumatized as a child, that trauma will revisit you later in life. Come back, come back, come back, right? That idea of repetition. LeCapra explains that, quote, acting out is related to repetition and even the repetition compulsion, the tendency to repeat something compulsively. This is very clear in the case of people who undergo a trauma. They have a tendency to relive the past, to exist in the present as if they were still fully in the past, with no distance from it, end quote. We find evidence of acting out in what we now recognize as the experience of PTSD, in the nightmares of trauma sufferers, in flashbacks, blackouts, and so forth. As LeCapra points out, those acting out tend to relive occurrences, or at least find those occurrences intrude on their present existence. In virtue of this repetition or intrusion, acting out tends to reaffirm and leave intact prior beliefs and understandings. It therefore constitutes experiences that are morally and politically non-transformative. As a brute expression of psychic damage and pain, acting out thus possesses only very limited educational value. Working through trauma, however, serves as what LeCapra calls a countervailing force to acting out. LeCapra explains that in working through, the person tries to gain critical distance on a problem, to be able to distinguish between past, present, and future. For the victim, this means his ability to say to himself, yes, that happened to me back then. It was distressing, overwhelming. Perhaps I can't entirely disengage myself from it, but I am existing here and now, and this is different from back then. Now, there may be other possibilities, but it's through the working through that one acquires the possibility, according to LeCapra, of being an ethical agent. See, for LeCapra, there's a link between the process of working through and ethical agency. On his view, this link exists owing to the epistemic richness of the working through process. In other words, in order to work through a difficult experience, we must somehow acquire enough critical distance from it in order to be able to see and understand it clearly, at least clearly enough in order to know how best to proceed. So what happens is, the idea is that if you've been traumatized by something and you're acting out, you just work with the same idea of a thing. You never develop any new perspective on the thing. That thing just literally haunts you. With working through, precisely because you need to find a way either around or through the problem, you have to really think about it, which means you have to really understand it, which means you have to engage epistemically with it, develop beliefs and knowledge about it. In order to do that, you have to move outside of yourself and into that thing. And that relationship of sort of self-transcendence is an ethical movement, right? You move into an awareness of the other, into the awareness of the not you. And for Le Capra, this is all deeply ethical, right? So there's a practical consequence to that epistemic process, right? You just get enough knowledge to know how to succeed, to know what best practice is, to know what it's best for you to do. Now, the term best here signifies ethically, since it stands as a placeholder for actions undertaken in order to do justice to trauma sufferers. In other words, to dignify them, to offer them succor or assistance, to enable redress, no matter whether they're primary experiences or experiencers or secondary witnesses to others' distress. While acting out always remains to some extent agonic and characterized by irreducibly painful struggle, there can be something redemptive and restorative about the process of working through. For this reason, working through is associated with the practices and rituals of mourning. In Le Capra's words, quote, "When one comes to certain problems, such as that of mourning, one may never entirely transcend an attachment to a lost other, or even some kind of identification with a lost other. But one may generate countervailing forces so that the person can re-engage an interest in life." In other words, through the process of mourning, we become able to move on, right? Like there's some ways that the mourning process structures our ability to move on and not remain trapped in a cycle of agony. This renewal of interest in life is made possible by the performative qualities of mourning, and specifically a relation to the past that involves recognizing its difference from the present, simultaneously remembering and taking leave of or actively forgetting, thereby allowing for a critical judgment and reinvestment in life, notably social and civic life with its demands, responsibilities, and norms requiring respectful recognition and consideration for others. So I recognize maybe a bit much. But let me briefly try and isolate and draw together in closing a few of the points that I've been trying to get across here today. Perhaps most importantly, I've suggested that the Bangladesh genocide has something valuable to teach us about South Asian and Bangladeshi history, certainly, but also about the concept of genocide itself. Understood as a genocide, the events unfolding in East Pakistan in 1971 at once illuminate the need for and the limitations of international law, particularly the Genocide Convention and related Rome Statute. The Bangladesh genocide also assists in throwing into relief how human collectivities may be targeted for erasure culturally as well as physically. The events of 1971 additionally speak to the role played by language and religion in maintaining cultural integrity, as well as to the harms endured by peoples whose linguistic and spiritual lives have come under a sustained assault. The Viennese philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein famously wrote in his Tractatus that the limits of my language are the limits of my world. As indigenous peoples have known for far too long in far too many places around the globe, attempts to suppress or extinguish languages are not just culturally destructive, they result in the annihilation of whole worlds. As we together, in the context of this commemoration, reflect on what genocidal destruction might mean for Bangladeshis, for ourselves, for other people, past, present, and future, we are being given an opportunity to mourn what and who has been lost, to join together in working supportively through the trauma of genocide, to advocate for justice for victims and recognition from perpetrators, to repair social, political, and familiar relations. And with any luck, we might make the world safer and more peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so next up, we have a short documentary titled Stop Genocide. It's courtesy of the National Film Archive from Bangladesh. It is a 1971 documentary filmed by Bangladeshi filmmaker Zahir Rahan. It documents the killings and atrocities carried out by the Pakistan Army on the people of then East Pakistan. It also depicts the plight of the refugees and the activities of the government in exile. Stop Genocide is a significant film, not just as a historical document of 1971, but also one of its finest pieces on genocide. The film was made in the context of Bangladesh and 1971, but it crossed the national boundary. Zahar Rahan is one of the leading filmmakers in Bangladesh and actively participated in almost all of the movements during the Pakistan period. In the language movement to the Liberation War, his involvement was multidimensional. The film ends with a demand from the narrator: stop genocide. It was not just a demand of the director or an artist, rather it became a demand of the oppressed. Zahir Rahan did not just want to stop the genocide, brutality, injustice, and oppression. He wanted to shed light on these issues. He was killed in 1972, immediately after the independence of Bangladesh.
Thank you so much. And I understand Professor Adams' students might have some questions with the whole presentation, but if you guys can hold on to the questions, because we are just managing the event one after another. Thank you, Adam. I beg apology for skipping the Q&A session. Thank you.
Accused who support freedom of determination, practicing separatism, is as foolish and hypocritical as accusing those who advocate freedom of divorce of encouraging the destruction of family ties. V.I. Lenin.
of 20th July. Stop. The Charter of the United Nations indicates in the numerous provisions the wide possibilities of the international recognition of human rights. In the preamble of the Charter, the United Nations have expressed, among other things, the determination to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women. Stop.
Dateline, Saigon, 20th July. Stop. Jet fighters, helicopters and gunships raked the jungle with rockets while B-52s rained down 1.2 million pounds of bombs indiscriminately. Stop. The climax came last week when the US called into play yet another aerial weapon, a gigantic 15,000-pound bomb called the Daisy Cutter, because its explosion creates instant clearings down below. Stop.
Dateline, Bongao, July 20. Stop. It wasn't difficult to find them. They were coming like an endless procession of sleepwalkers. As if instinctively, they moved on. Stop. They carried on their heads their last worldly possessions. Stop. Some faces reflected the horror enacted before their eyes only a few days ago. Stop. On other faces prevailed a layer of stunned indifference. Stop. As if after such a seemingly endless journey, it didn't really matter whether they were dead or alive. Stop. Their unspeakable suffering made us wonder, for what crimes must they go through this terrifying ordeal? They didn't know. Neither did we. But we all wanted to know how long must the world allow Yahya and his accomplices to go on committing genocidal crimes against such innocent people? Stop. Clearly, they have been walking for days, without food, without sleep. The fatigue was killing, but they had to move on. They had to find safety before rest. Stop. And rest did come at long last. Some found it under a tree, some in disused warehouses. Stop. There are many refugee camps in India, but there could never be enough when the refugees arrive in hundreds and thousands by the hour. Naturally, new arrivals could not be accommodated in them. Stop. In the nearby refugee camp, we came across an old woman wading through the slush. She was looking for shelter before the rains came down again. But every inch was already occupied. She was finding it hard to believe that after 90 long years, she would be without a roof over her head with monsoon approaching. An unknown fear gripped her. Was she going to die after all, after surviving the fatigue of the long, long journey from her home village? Stop. In another camp, we found a girl a little over 16. Her father was a shopkeeper in Khulna. The army entered their home during curfew hours. They looted all the cash and gold ornaments. Then she was flung onto the floor and 6 of the army brutes raped her by turn right in front of her family. Before they left, they lined up her parents, 2 brothers and uncle.
Yahya Khan has surpassed Nadir Shah in killing the people of Bangladesh. Yahya Khan has surpassed Taimurlang in raping the women of Bangladesh. Yahya Khan has surpassed Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni in looting and burning the houses of the people of Bangladesh. Yahya Khan has surpassed Mussolini in causing havoc on the land of Bangladesh. Yahya Khan has surpassed Hitler.
In another camp, we met an old man of 78 to give us an account of the Pakistani brutality in his village in Rajshahi. Over 20 people were killed by strafing by the Pakistani Air Force before the army arrived. They had camped in the nearby town and apparently asked the people to get on with their jobs. Then suddenly they invaded the villages, lined up all able-bodied men and shot them. Then followed the familiar orgy, They looted their money and valuables and raped their women, as if that was not enough. Before leaving, they set fire to their houses. Why? Why? The old man kept asking. Stop.
The Charter lays down as one of the purposes of the United Nations the achievement of international cooperation in promoting and encouraging respect for human rights and for fundamental freedom for all, without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. Stop.
Dateline, Washington, 22nd July. Stop. The Calley case. President Nixon defended his intervention on behalf of William Calley after the lieutenant's murder conviction in the My Lai massacre in Vietnam. Stop. Lieutenant Calley was convicted earlier for massacring innocent and unarmed men, women, and children of a whole village. Stop.
100 My Lais took place in Bangladesh. Binod Bihari is a witness to one. The sadistic killers arrived in his Faridpur village and without warning massacred 253 men, women, and children. There are many witnesses to similar massacres that took place in Dhaka on and after March 25. Hundreds of workers were machine gunned to death along with their families as the army set fire to their shacks. Several hundred laborers were massacred in their sleep on the waterfront terminal. At Jinjira, on the other side of the river Buriganga, the army killed more than 6,000 people in one afternoon. Which court would condemn these cold-blooded murderers? Stop. At Go, the Kangol, we had the misfortune of witnessing a cruel twist of history. Some glorious pages in the history of our people began here centuries ago. From palaces like this one, our ancestors had ruled the rich land of Bengal. Today, their descendants have returned in tattered rags, penniless, homeless, and hungry, threatened with extermination by some barbarous hordes right from the pages of medieval history. At Gaur, history seemed to have gone round a full circle. It appeared as if time stood still all these centuries. These frightened lumps of humanity huddled in these ancient ruins were indeed a legacy of history. Nothing could wipe out such a blot from world's conscience. Yet this unbelievable tragedy is taking place at a time when we had almost convinced ourselves of the greatness of modern civilization. Man has set his foot on the moon, and we were all ready to believe that human civilization was on the threshold of a new era where man's exploitation by man could be found only in history books. We were rudely roused from our dreams by the sadistic fascists from West Pakistan. Unbelievable though it may seem, it all happened under the very nose of the self-appointed defenders of human rights. Stop. Monsoon was back and it began to rain incessantly. But compared to Pakistani brutality, weather's fury meant little to the refugees. They kept moving on and on. The endless human stream roused so many questions in my mind. What really was their fault? How deep was their participation in politics to deserve such terrible victimization? Did any nation or race ever had to pay such a price for exercising their right to vote for someone they liked? As we watched the refugees, suddenly we noticed a curious movement. We moved nearer and she turned out to be an old woman aged anything between 80 and 100. She could see very little, but she had acquired a sense of direction and distance with the use of her bamboo stick. She appeared to understand my questions, but would only reply, "All gone, nothing left." It was amazing that with so little power in her eyes, she dared to take on the hazardous journey. Crawling like that, she had covered nearly 100 miles. Will she survive the fatigue? I asked myself. What really have these Pakistani marauders done to make such an old woman want to flee? Stop.
The observance of fundamental human rights has, insofar as it is the subject matter of legal obligations, ceased to be one of exclusive domestic jurisdiction of states and has become a matter of legitimate concern for the United Nations and its members.
We had arrived at a Liberation Army training camp. We entered the liberated area of Bangladesh a few days ago. It was a glorious day. The sun was peeping through the banana trees and clusters of bamboo. Birds were singing merrily. The charm of this typically Bengali setting made me forget for a while the grim, bloody battle that was raging all around. Suddenly, we had our first view of the freedom fighters. A band of armed guerrillas were perhaps returning from an operation. In a way, the sight fitted perfectly with the idyllic surroundings. They soon vanished in the woods and we proceeded toward our destination. After a few miles' walk, we crossed a river. About an hour later, as we turned round a huge banyan tree, we were challenged by a group of guerrillas. On being satisfied with our identity, they welcomed us and offered to lead us to the Liberation Army camp about 30 miles inside. They were all wearing lungi and vests, the dress of ordinary villagers. All carried rifles. After about 3 hours' walk, a cluster of white tents suddenly rose before our eyes in an open space. With great care we approached, lest we got fired upon by the guards hiding in the jungle. The camp commandant was an officer of the defiant Bengal regiment and also a daredevil guerrilla fighter himself.
Well, we didn't want this war. This war was forced upon us. All we wanted to establish the right of the people. But Yahya Khan and his forces, they started treating our people like cats and dogs.
Say that we're ill-equipped. We are not. We've got the moral strength. We have to fight. We will fight. And the victory is certainly assured. Our men are not trained, but with the desire to fight, they were learning very fast.
The camp was bustling with activity. We were convinced that the Pakistani mercenaries were a pitiful match for these young lions, dedicated to liberate their motherland, whatever the cost. After an all-night walk through the jungle, we returned to the Indian frontier. On a dull afternoon, we visited a refugee camp once again. This time, there was a curious new arrival. She was barely 11 and was weeping in silence. Nobody knew how she came or where she came from. What was her name? Nobody knew. She would not talk. Was she a Hindu, a Muslim, Christian, Buddhist? I approached her, drew her nearer and tried to make her talk. I tried again and again. She seemed to respond at last. Her lips trembled. Perhaps she was going to talk. I kept asking, "What is your name?" Her lips parted a little. I asked her again, "What is your name? Where are you from? Where are you from? What is your name?" No, she could not talk. It didn't really matter. She is one of the 1,000,000, 10 million, 75 million men, women, and children, every one of whom has a tale of horror to tell. Each face would represent a profile of human suffering engraved on the face of time. History has seen it all, again and again, in Paris and Spain, in Auschwitz and Buchenwald, in Algeria and Palestine, in South Africa, Congo, and Haiti, in Vietnam. Neither is there heroic resistance an isolated happening. It is indeed an integral part of a relentless struggle being waged by working men and women for the democratic right to choose their own destiny. In the interest of this international solidarity, freedom-loving peoples of the world must fight alongside the people of Bangladesh and do everything in their power to bring to an end this grisly campaign of genocide. Stop genocide. Stop.
Thank you very much. It's a documentary which was shot and screened in 71 and right in the beginning of 72 when the director was abducted, and later on we didn't find his whereabouts. So ladies and gentlemen, the audience, we are at the last end of this session today, and we do have only one event left, and that is Dr. Adam Jones' chapter, Sites of Genocide. He teaches at British Columbia University, and he was very kind enough to record his chapter and his description, which we are going to play shortly now. And after that, we'll move to the concluding part of the session today. Please have a watch for the Dr. Adam Jones chapter.
Thanks. I'm very glad to be here, and I'd like to address a few words to the subject of the Bangladeshi genocide in comparative perspective. Within comparative genocide studies, the field founded by the legal theorist Raphael Lemkin, who invented the word genocide, the Bangladeshi catastrophe of 1971 remains strikingly little known. A mere handful of scholars have explored the events in detail, and the genocide receives only passing attention in textbooks and edited collections. This reflects the peripheral position of first East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, in the global order, something that also accounts for the woeful lack of international interest and intervention at the time of the crimes. This inattention persists despite the fact that in comparative context, the Bangladeshi genocide was one of the most severe and destructive of the 20th century. At least hundreds of thousands of Bengalis and possibly as many as 3 million were murdered by the Pakistani army and its local allies in a few short months of 1971, or died as refugees in their flight to India. In major respects, this bears comparison with the most savage atrocities on the modern record, such as the genocide of Christians in the Ottoman Empire during the First World War, Japanese rampages in China, and the Nazi genocides in Eastern Europe during World War II. The scale and the systematic character of the slaughter and material destruction in Bangladesh were nothing short of breathtaking. There are obvious and disturbing parallels as well between the kind of racial, ethnic, and religious hatreds that fueled these earlier genocides and the slaughter that accompanied Bangladesh's drive for national independence. When we consider the origins of the genocide, therefore, we must clearly recognize its ideological foundations. Above all, the bigoted conviction of the West Pakistani leadership that Bengalis constituted an inferior and almost subhuman race. Ideologically based hatreds, though, are rarely sufficient in themselves to explain genocidal outbreaks. What is frequently required is an atmosphere of crisis and existential threat among the perpetrators. We see this clearly in the Bangladeshi case. The Bangladeshi independence movement was perceived by West Pakistani elites as a profound challenge and security dilemma, threatening their neo-colonial domination over the majority, Bengali-speaking, population of Pakistan. In this sense, despite the common temptation to view genocide as an expression of irrational evil, the 1971 genocide was a supremely rational act by Pakistan's elites and their proxies in the east of the country. It was a means to preserve their stranglehold on power and indeed to expand and extend it by cleansing the Eastern Territory of its Bengali identity and a fair part of its Bengali population. Bangladesh thus provides an example of the intimate relationship between war, whether civil or international, and genocidal outbreaks. How much of the genocide was pre-planned remains an open question. It is fair to say that comparative genocide studies has gradually moved away from a static model of pre-planned, preordained outcomes toward a more dynamic and dialectical framing. In the Bangladeshi case, we need to recognize how mass terror and genocide spiraled and deepened after March 1971. As the failure of the West Pakistanis' initial Operation Searchlight in Dhaka and Chittagong and elsewhere to suppress Bengali nationalism became plain, and as resistance hardened in the form of the Mukti Bahini movement, aided and abetted by India, Pakistan's historic enemy and arch rival. A parallel here would be the genocides by counterinsurgency that occurred in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Afghanistan during the 1980s, all of them in the context of protracted guerrilla wars. Rationality and traditional realpolitik also explain much of the international dimension of the Bangladeshi genocide. Thanks to Gary Bass's book, The Blood Telegram, we now have an intimate understanding of the kind of self-consciously realist decision-making that determined U.S. policy under President Nixon and his leading advisor, Henry Kissinger, during this period. Likewise, India's policy, though cloaked in a humanitarian garb, was heavily shaped by realist considerations. Support for the Mukti Bahini and the Bangladeshi independence cause was viewed as a golden opportunity to dismember and drastically weaken a key rival, Pakistan. It also represented a rational response to the material and political challenge of millions of refugees flooding onto Indian soil, especially in volatile West Bengal. Lastly, it offered an opportunity for the government of Indira Gandhi to mobilize and consolidate domestic political support, since Bangladesh quickly became a cause célèbre among Indian intellectual elites and the masses in the world's largest democracy. It would be a mistake, however, to limit our interpretation to cold political calculations alone. Moral and humanitarian influences were also evident in the US and broader Western responses to the genocide. Actors like the diplomat Archer Blood and the powerful Senator Edward Kennedy in the US were clearly motivated by moral outrage at the mass atrocities, and their words and actions were influential in restraining American support for the West Pakistani military and channeling humanitarian aid to the refugees in India. Mass media reports reflected some of this same outrage. They also shaped political responses, particularly in the wake of the then recent genocide in the Biafra region of Nigeria. And although we cannot consider India's military intervention to be primarily humanitarian in nature, the domestic political and media uproar over the genocide was clearly significant. A few thoughts now about the genocidal strategies employed in Bangladesh in 1971. These include eliticide, the targeting of nationalist intellectuals, academics, and students, cultural figures, media workers, and even sports figures. This is a time-honored feature of genocides throughout modern history. In Bangladesh, this was evident in the murderous attacks upon anyone deemed to stand at the vanguard of Bengali national identity and culture. Politicide. Dissident political elites are especially vulnerable to genocidal strategies, and in Bangladesh this was evident, including long after Operation Searchlight, in the attempt to eliminate all actual and even potential supporters of the Awami League and Mukti Bahini. Gendercide. While comparative genocide studies has generally trained its gender lens upon the victimization of females, men and boys are most likely to be targeted in a genocide, especially its early stages. The selective extermination of Bengali men and boys was noted by numerous commentators at the time of the genocide, though it has rarely been foregrounded in analyses of the events. I should note here, before moving on, the additional gender element of the genocidal strategy that has received considerable attention in the literature on the Bangladeshi genocide. I mean here the targeting of Bengali women for mass rape, often followed by murder, as a further expression of gendered hatred and a desire to cover up the crime. This is again a very typical feature of modern genocides. Not only do rape and sexual assault target women physically, but they also attack them at a profound level of personal identity. They further contribute to the genocidal enterprise by undermining the bonds of community and solidarity within the targeted ethnic and cultural group, by alienating women from men and humiliating men as well as women, since men are shown to be unable to protect their women from assault and violation. The issue of rape survivors and the further victimization and impoverishment of widows in the aftermath of genocide is another notable element of the post-genocide environment in Bangladesh. The Bangladeshi case is similar to many others in the 20th century in that genocide and crimes against humanity produced a concerted campaign for justice and restitution for the victims. However, the Bangladeshi case is also distinctive, even unique, in several respects. Notably, the establishment of the International Crimes Tribunal in 1973 was one of the earliest systematic attempts to seek justice for genocide, the first major one since the Nuremberg trials following World War II, and the first in history in which the vocabulary of genocide was front and center. It precedes the national trials held in Ethiopia following the collapse of the Derg regime, and similar national level attempts at fact-finding and prosecution in Cambodia after the fall of the Khmer Rouge. It precedes the ad hoc international tribunals established for Yugoslavia, Rwanda, Cambodia, and Sierra Leone, not just by years but by decades. Yet the ICT is again very little known and little studied by comparison with other such cases. Bangladesh is also notable and unusual for the long and winding road that the struggle for justice has been forced to follow since 1973. Only in the past few years have cases actually come to trial and verdicts been delivered. Typically for such proceedings, we have witnessed intense debates, both within Bangladesh and internationally, concerning the nature of the justice that is being sought and delivered. Some have alleged that this is a kind of victor's justice, reflecting domestic political factors and relationships. Much the same allegations were made against the architects of the Nuremberg trials, the International Military Tribunal for Crimes in the Far Eastern Theater of the Second World War, and the UN-sponsored tribunals of the 1990s and 2000s. All of this serves as a reminder, I think, that in memorializing genocides and pursuing justice and restitution for the victims and survivors, we must work to retain a stance of self-monitoring and self-criticism. We should strive to avoid common temptations and traps, such as nationalistic or patriotic hubris and excessive triumphalism. We should not use genocide as a justification for further mass crimes of extermination or political repression. We should be nuanced and inclusive in our understanding of how genocide occurred and the victims who were targeted. Only then, I believe, can we truly honor the victims and survivors and work to guard against future genocidal outbreaks in our own societies and others. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I now want to welcome Jeremy Marin of the Canadian Museum of Human Rights for some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening. It's a privilege to welcome all of you dignitaries, especially Your Excellency, the Honorable Foreign Minister from Bangladesh, our friends joining us from the Liberation War Museum and elsewhere, and everyone here as well. Welcome to the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. It's very privilege for me to be here today to speak at this very important event commemorating the 1971 Bangladesh genocide on a very appropriate day, the International Day of Peace. And I thank the conference hosts, especially my friend Kauser, for the invitation to speak today. Kauser asked me to speak a little bit about the role of the Canadian Museum for Human Rights in raising awareness and promoting education on mass atrocities such as the 1971 genocide. Today, we've heard a lot of very powerful information about the genocide and its historical characteristics and its legacies. We've heard from the voices of family members and survivors directly impacted by the violations, by the atrocities. And these voices we are very privileged to hear and we honor. And we've also been privileged to hear those who are working directly on promoting education on the ground in Pakistan, or in Bangladesh, on this history and navigating this legacy as it continues to loom large in Bangladesh and beyond to this day. So again, at Kauser's invitation, today I'd like to share a few words on the role of the Canadian Museum for Human Rights in promoting awareness and education on gross human rights violations. Promoting awareness and education, which is a crucial first step towards working towards a world where mass atrocities like this can be prevented as the rights of everyone everywhere are respected. Certainly, sometimes seems like an idealistic viewpoint looking at how the world is today, but it's an ideal that we all share and strive for. I also want to briefly consider what it means for a program like this to be taking place in Canada, and more specifically at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. Our museum's mandate calls for us to promote reflection and dialogue on human rights issues, with special but not exclusive reference to Canada. So what does this mean in practice when engaging with a history like the 1971 Bangladesh genocide perpetrated by the military of Pakistan? A historical atrocity that many of our visitors may not know about, and certainly even fewer would have a direct connection to. So it is these questions that I'd like to reflect briefly on as we bring this important gathering to a close, especially as we look forward to continuing to work with members of the Bangladesh community in Winnipeg, in Canada, and in Bangladesh to raise awareness about this largely unknown, unrecognized, and in many cases forgotten atrocity, and how to raise awareness about this through museum content and programming. So to begin, a simple question that certainly echoes some of the reflections that Professor Stanton spoke about earlier. Why are recognition and awareness so important when it comes to mass atrocity? Now, this question guides the approach that is taken in one of the museum's galleries, which is titled Breaking the Silence. Breaking the Silence, the gallery incorporates content on a variety of gross human rights violations, with an emphasis on the importance of speaking out in the face of such atrocities. Now, why is speaking out so crucial? Sometimes the benefit of awareness raising is taken to be axiomatic. If an atrocity has been perpetrated and it remains largely unknown, then making it known carries an intrinsic benefit. Yes, well, certainly. But in response to human rights violations, breaking the silence carries something more. It becomes a moral imperative, not only because of the violence that silenced so many voices in the commission of the atrocity, but because human rights violations, going from a macro scale, like genocides that transcend borders, and even going into micro scales, like domestic violence that takes place behind closed doors, these violations are almost always accompanied by some sort of pressure to be silent. The silence can take different forms. Perpetrators may want to avoid guilt, Maybe some feel ashamed. Some want to justify or distort their actions. Of course, many people are silenced as they are eradicated. Survivors, descendants of victims may be too fearful or too traumatized to speak out. Members of diaspora communities may fear for family members who may be threatened by their speaking out. And certainly, and unfortunately, bystanders, both individual and collective, often find it easier to look away, either because they don't want to look or because they're distracted by something else. So the silence creates a vacuum of dissent. And it's within this vacuum of dissent that a cycle of violation is allowed to continue and be reperpetrated. So while certainly not a utopian conclusion or endpoint, breaking the silence and speaking out is nonetheless a very, very crucial first step in dragging violations from the shadows of denial, distortion, minimization, justification into the light of day to pursue recovery, to pursue reconciliation, to pursue justice and accountability. To put it more simply, speaking out is important as a way to say, this happened, we know this happened, this was wrong, we want to stop it from happening now, and we want to prevent it from happening again. And even more simply, perhaps, we will not forget. Acknowledgement and recognition stands as a moral rebuke against the efforts of perpetrators to destroy and erase individuals and groups because of who they are. So part of the Canadian Museum for Human Rights role in encouraging dialogue and reflection, and here again, I'm using the language of our mandate given to us by the Federal Museums Act. Part of our role in encouraging this dialogue and reflection is to provide a platform for undoing this attempted erasure. If I may speak kind of on a personal level, the moral imperative that is intimately bound to remembrance of past violation, like the 1971 Bangladesh genocide, was clearly articulated to me quite early in my career here in the museum by a Holocaust survivor in Toronto named Jack Cooper. In 2013, I had the opportunity to interview Mr. Cooper, someone who has shared his story widely, not only by speaking, but through autobiographical literature that he has published and films that he has made. I asked him why he thought it was important to share his story. And his response was quite emphatic. And I'd like to quote briefly his response to this question. Why was it important to share his story? Why was it important to speak out? Mr. Cooper replied, quote, "Those that survived the war understood that the ones that perished wanted to be remembered and wanted the world to know. What was very common when people saw the end was to say, if you survive, tell the world what happened and remember me. Remember me. Because this is the terrible tragedy, that there is no one to remember those people. There are families that perished, whole families. There is no one left of those families to say, I once had a mother and a father, because the children and the father and the mother are gone, and the grandparents and the aunts and the uncles. So to remember was very important. And I thought of myself, this is Mr. Cooper speaking, in that respect as a messenger, so that the world will know. Why should they know? Because these people existed. How can you simply obliterate them and not even remember them?" End quote. And this speaks very, very clearly to Professor Stanton's 10th stage of genocide. The denial is not separate from the genocide, but it is a continuation of the genocide. It is a destruction of the memory. It is a prevention of healing. It is a prevention of recovery. As the Canadian Museum for Human Rights works with atrocity-affected communities to bring to our visitors stories like those that we've heard today, like those of Jack Cooper, including through programs like this one and through exhibition content, the exposure of these histories serves as a means to remember those who were lost and refute those that attempted to eradicate them, their memory. But of course, human rights work not only requires remembering and responding to past violations. Human rights are almost by their definition forward-looking, right? They ultimately provide a guide for a world where the inherent dignity of all people is universally recognized, underlined by a shared understanding and mutual respect. So it's not enough simply for our museum to provide information as a means to fulfill our human rights mandate. As our visitors engage with stories of violation, as well as stories of hope and the hard work of human rights efforts to respond to violation, we encourage our visitors to recognize the inherent humanity, inherent dignity of those targeted for destruction by perpetrators. And related to this, we want to encourage our visitors to recognize the relevance of these stories, even these stories that seem on face value so far removed from the day-to-day life experiences of our visitors. We want them to recognize the relevance for their own lives by virtue of the shared humanity that underlines the very conceptualization of universal human rights. For atrocities like the 1971 Bangladesh genocide, which saw people violently targeted and massacred because of who they are, or who they were, who they wanted to be. They were certainly crimes against those specific individuals, groups, families, and communities, but they were also crimes against all of humanity. And crimes against humanity is a term we've heard a number of times today. It's a term we're probably very familiar with, but it's a term that is sometimes used but maybe not reflected on enough. Humanity itself is targeted and weakened when perpetrators, be they individuals or states or militaries, target people because of their identity, targets people because of who they are. Since who people are is precisely what comprises the unifying diversity, and it sounds like an oxymoron, but it certainly isn't, comprises the unifying diversity of humanity. And if atrocities like the 1971 Bangladesh genocide are crimes against humanity, and here I should note that I'm paraphrasing a survivor of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, Philibert Museum, who lives in Gatineau, Quebec, who in an interview with him, he was speaking about the relationship between a specific genocide and a universal obligation to speak out against this genocide. So I'm paraphrasing Mr. Museum here. If atrocities like the 1971 Bangladesh genocide, like the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, are crimes against humanity, then all of humanity has a responsibility to recognize, speak out, and denounce these crimes, and to work to prevent them from continuing or happening again. It is this compulsion to not be silent that we want to inspire in our visitors, to not let the pressure of silence, this vacuum of dissent, this pressure of denial and distortion that surrounds atrocities be left unanswered. So as we work with members of the Bangladeshi community in Canada and abroad, we are humbled and privileged to be able to play a part in bringing the history of these atrocities of 1971 to our visitors, to increase awareness of this violation, to encourage remembrance of those that were lost, those that survived, those that continue to advocate, and to inspire visitors and guests to reflect on actions they can take in their own lives, even small actions, even when it seems like our lives are sometimes so far away from the realities of those who have been suffering in events like this. What they can do in their own lives, when the easiest thing in the world to do is to be silent. But the right thing to do is break the silence that perpetrators of human rights violations depend on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy, for all the inspiring words. And it's a privilege working with Jeremy very closely. And he calls me friend, and I do reciprocate. And we look forward having Jeremy in Bangladesh in the future, so that he has a first-hand view of the Liberation War Museum and the Center for Genocide Studies. So, Jeremy, once again, thank you for your support all through. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our session. But before I actually have something to conclude and request His Excellency for his concluding remarks, I think it's wonderful, and I must mention here that you have watched the whole documentary of Stop Genocide by Zahir Raihan. And at the the last part of the documentary, you have seen freedom fighters and the evolution of freedom fighters resistance against the occupation army. So today we are very privileged, and I take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Dr. Mutiur Rahman with us, who is a freedom fighter. I use the word is because that is his identity. So if you kindly rise, Dr. Mutiur Rahman, and we acknowledge your contribution to the revolution. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Please be seated. In conclusion, I just wanted to mention a couple of points that your support is important, and this is just a beginning. Each year, we plan to host such awareness education training, which is in line with the Canadian Museum for Human Rights agenda, because this is what is about education and breaking the silence. So we look forward to having the next session in next year. And we also look forward to have this network, which has been created this whole day. And I thank you on behalf of Bangabandhu Center and Conflict and Resilience Research Institute, and on behalf of Liberation War Museum and Center for Genocide Studies for being with us whole day. And it is actually late night in Bangladesh, 11 hours ahead. So thank you for your support, both all of them from Bangladesh and Canada. And I look forward working with you. And this is a topic very close to our heart, because this is what we strongly feel that has been forgotten for ages. So with these words, let me welcome His Excellency Dr. Khalilur Rahman to kindly have his concluding remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon here. I think very late in Bangladesh. My colleagues, I really am very grateful to them. Thank them, for their commitment to this important issue. I won't be taking much time. I think the whole day we have heard the global experts. We have seen evidence. And I once again thank our colleague in Bangladesh, especially the Liberation War Museum team under the able leadership of Mr. Abdul Haq. They made this wonderful poster on genocide, on how Bangladesh and Canada can work on this. But before that, I'd like to say one thing. When on 25th March night, under this name of Operation Searchlight started, the Pakistani occupation force started this operation against innocent Bangladeshis. Our father of the nation, Bangladesh Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, declared the independence of Bangladesh. And as you have heard, in 9 months struggle, 3 million people died. Over 200,000 women lost their sanctity to achieve this independence. And that's how over this 9 months, this genocide we are talking about today took place in Bangladesh. So the statement, evidences, and the film, by Zahir Raihan, you heard him. He went to find out his elder brother, who was an intellectual, and he's also a victim of genocide. And then he was abducted, and he was also killed, and he never returned. Today, I'm very happy as High Commissioner of Bangladesh, and I'm Chief Patron of the Bangladesh Center for Bangladesh Studies in Canada, that this seminar has taken place. And I thank you all. This is, I believe, to my recollection, is the first ever international seminar that took place outside Bangladesh, with so many global experts speaking at the seminar. And we have seen this evidence. I'm very grateful to my foreign minister and foreign secretary, who are with our Honorable Prime Minister in New York, and because of their political official commitments, they could not come in person to this seminar here. But I must say that as High Commissioner of Bangladesh, it is not only the government of Bangladesh, it is the whole Bangladesh, the Bangladeshi population is deeply committed to make awareness about the atrocities, about the genocide that took place in Bangladesh in 1971, to be known by everybody in the world, globally, by all countries. And as High Commissioner in Canada, I really want the Canadians must know these atrocities that took place in Bangladesh. I think in one of the testimonies, Mr. Asif Munir said one important thing. We deeply appreciate the role of Global West in promoting, protecting human rights, in bringing the perpetrators of crime against humanity, perpetrators of genocide to justice. But he told us that two of the main culprits are being hosted by two major countries in the world. Every day we hear them advocating promotion, protection of human rights, taking action against the perpetrators. But these people are being hosted in the Global West. So when we are fair, I think there should not be any discrimination in dealing with the criminals, in dealings with the perpetrators of genocide or crime against humanity. I believe, personally, I believe that young people, the vast young people of these countries, of those countries, they are not aware of the fact that their governments are hosting this kind of heinous criminals, perpetrators, flagrant violators of human rights. Even in this country, I'm sorry to say, I'm very blunt about this thing. One of the flagrant violators of human rights, who killed our founding father along with 18 of his family members, including children, women, senior citizens, pregnant women. He's been hosted in this country for last 26 years. We are trying to take him back to face the verdict. So I'm referring to this incident, just to emphasize the fact that the Global West needs to be fair, needs to do things in non-discriminatory way when it comes to dealing with the perpetrators of genocide or those who committed crime against humanity. So as after this, very good, I think about 8 hours of deliberations, evidences shown on the film we have watched. I believe that Bangladesh Center in Canada, Greek here, and the Human Rights Museum, we can all work together to really promote the human rights issues, not only in Canada but all over the world, and how we can really bring justice to the survivors and the families of the victims of genocide in Bangladesh. As Kausar has said, that this is not a one-off event. We have submitted the exhibits of genocide to this very museum for the permanent display and to show the independence of Bangladesh, the struggle of Bangladeshis, the leadership of our founding father in bringing the independence of Bangladesh in the time stream of this Human Rights Museum. I believe that the museum authority will have a fair judgment, assessment of the submission we have made, and the day should not be far when we will see the evidence of genocide in Bangladesh permanently displayed in this very museum. So what I like to plan is that as Kausar said, we will be hosting another event next year, hopefully, with the support of our partners. And as High Commissioner of Bangladesh, I'll be also working with the parliamentarians, senators, and how we can raise the awareness about the genocide that took place in Bangladesh, and how we can finally bring a private bill in the House of Commons recognizing the genocide in Bangladesh. So I will need all of its support in Canada to work through this. And I would also like to launch a campaign that is hashtag recognize Bangladesh genocide in Canada. And we would like your support to that campaign. I think it is important for the government of Canada and the Canadian people, and also all the world and the international organizations all over the world to recognize the worst atrocity perpetrated against the people of Bangladesh. You may say why now, yet this is a crucial question, but we want others to remember how this happened so that it does not happen again. The slogan we always chant. Your simple effort in recognizing the genocide would bring a sense of justice to the survivors, some of whom we have heard today in this session. I'm also committed to support, as I said, I'm saying again, an yearly event in this museum, and whether we can also bring along the Holocaust Museum in Montreal with us as partner next year. I once again like to thank you all for being with us today, and especially my colleagues in Bangladesh. I'm very grateful to them that they work so hard for this event, and it was a very successful event. I think people forget. I also like to propose something that we also are planning to bring a temporary, display of atrocities that happened in 1971 in collaboration with the Liberation Museum in Dhaka to this museum for display, maybe also in other places in Canada, so that the Canadian people and Canadian government can really know fully what happened. And that should contribute or help in recognize the genocide in Bangladesh by Canada in, I think, next 1 year or so. So with this optimism, I once again thank you all. Thank you very much for the kind patience. My colleagues in Dhaka, I really appreciate your patience and commitment. And we'll
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Long live Bangladesh, Canada.
With this note, I would like to share a short clip for our Liberation War Museum. Kausar Ahmed, if you could allow me.
Yes, just give me a second here. I see Gregory Stanton is with us. Gregory, do you want to say a few words? We are just concluding our session, but you have the priority. If you want to even say a couple of words, you are very welcome, Gregory. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kausar. It's very, very generous of you to invite me to this conference and to allow me to watch it. I watched the whole thing, and I'm just impressed with how profound some of these remarks have been. I, think about, for example, some of the remarks that Jeremy Martin was making about the power of silence and how silence is such a powerful
tool for the perpetrators, and how we must break that silence. That recognition, in fact, is a moral rebuke to the perpetrators. I loved that concept that he said. And I also loved his concept about the importance of mourning, because it really, it was something that I mentioned about how important funerals are in every culture, and how silence and denial keep people from having funerals. They deny mourning. Denial closes the door to mourning. And I was also very impressed with some of the ideas that Adam had about the overall comparative importance of studying genocide, because this is a huge human problem, and how he showed us how the Bangladesh genocide, which has been so forgotten, and yet is not forgotten in Bangladesh. Bangladesh people are still living the trauma. And until there is recognition, that trauma will continue from generation to generation. If you want to see an example of it, just look at the Armenian community. They are still living the trauma too, because of the denial of the Turkish state, and because of non-recognition by so much of the world. We didn't get recognition of the Armenian genocide until just last year in this country. Well, it's time for us to realize how important recognition is, and to make sure that our governments, our educational institutions, and our civil society institutions, our media, how important it is that we recognize the suffering of people wherever they are. They may be halfway around the world, but, and here's another thing that I have taken away from this conference. I loved Jeremy Martin's observation about the unifying diversity of humanity. That was exactly what Raphael Lemkin understood. It's why he coined the word genocide, because loss of part is loss of whole. And we cannot afford to lose even one part of our humanity. So thank you for having this wonderful conference.
Thank you, Gregory. Such insightful words. We deeply appreciate your staying with us. This is huge for us. Thank you so much. Stay well. And Hasibul Haq from Liberation War Museum, he is possibly going to share. But from our side, thank you, Gregory, once again. And for all of you, thank you so much. And if you can stay put, please stay put. So they are going to show a very brief documentary on Liberation War Museum. Hasibul Haq, thank you. You can go ahead. But from my side, from our side, thank you once again for being with us all day long. And your interest and your energy is transmitted in our mind. And we would continue to follow up with our education and our mission to recognize Bangladesh genocide. Have a rest of the day nice, and stay well, stay safe. Bye-bye.
All right, I would like to thank Gregory Stanton for being so nice, and that was really wonderful how he actually put his words. And also Jeremy did really put a lot of important words to recognize our genocide. And also I'd like to share this book, and wants to thank I'd like to convey my thanks from the Liberation War Museum to Adam Jones, and this is his books, Sites of Genocide. And very thank you for this to Adam Jones, and I'd like to share a short documentary of the Liberation Army Museum. And to all of you, we are warmly inviting all of you to visit the Liberation Army Museum. With this note, I'm ending my part, and I'll just be sharing my video. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Joy Bangla.